Chapter 584. The Lord of the Divine Ruins exploded. The fluctuations were extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the spiritual treasure sword array isolating everything, the entire universe would have been illuminated red by the bloody light. This was the explosion of a sublimated sovereign. Its power was unparalleled. Its blood even splashed onto Zhou Tong's body, penetrating several wounds on his body. However, although the outside world couldn't see the sovereign exploding, countless people could feel the wails of tens of thousands of Daos. This was definitely the phenomenon of a sublimated sovereign being killed. The sublimated sovereign has been killed. Sensing this, countless cultivators felt incredibly moved, especially those who knew the reason for the chaos and the darkness. They felt incredibly grateful. They were grateful to Zhou Tong and the sage physique. Another source of turmoil had been solved. In the forbidden area, some sovereigns who hadn't come out also extended their divine senses to investigate the scene here. However, everything was isolated by the spiritual treasure sword array, so they couldn't detect anything. However, from the wails of tens of thousands of Daos, they could confirm that it was the Lord of the Divine Ruins who had been killed. At the same time, in the spiritual treasure sword array, looking at the countless bones and blood within the range of the sword array, Zhou Tong felt relieved. The last sovereign had finally died in his hands. Puff! However, as soon as he relaxed, he immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't maintain the tyrant body and directly disappeared. After the tyrant body disappeared, his body almost exploded. Fortunately, the green light emitted by the green lotus stabilized him. As expected of a sublimated sovereign, I underestimated these sovereigns. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged. The last bit of sovereign life, spring divine liquid in the 10 heavenly divine rings burned. With the last cry of the immortal phoenix, his physical body and injuries recovered. Buzz! Then, his body trembled slightly, and the green light around his body surged. Finally, all the green light converged and turned into a green lotus that left his body. After such a fierce battle, the primal chaos green lotus is not damaged in the slightest, as expected of the former green lotus immortal king. Zhou Tong also sighed in his heart. Even the battle staff had cracked, but the green lotus was unscathed. He looked inside himself. He had sublimated in the battle just now and reached the 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. However, the recovery of his injuries and the increase in his cultivation did not mean that he was now a 7th heaven quasi-emperor. This was because his entire body was covered with the great Daos of several supremes. Emperor of Stone, Paragon of Light and Darkness, Master of Samsara, Paragon of Heaven Abandoning, Lord of Godly Ruins, and Azure Emperor. The sovereign Tao of these 6 paragons were like 6 shackles that bound him tightly, preventing him from displaying the power of the 7th heaven. The Azure Thearka's nomological laws were a side effect of fusing with the chaotic green lotus, so they were imprinted on his body as well. The laws of the 6 great paragons are somewhat troublesome, but give me a few years, and I'll be able to get rid of them bit by bit. Zhou Tong said to himself. He was not Yi Fan, who was only a great sage in the original work. He needed more than 300 years to recover and dispel those supreme laws. Previously, he was already a 6th heaven quasi-emperor. It was much easier for him to dispel these nomological laws. The simplest method was to directly use the immortal phoenix nirvana technique and diamond carving's power to undergo nirvana. If one time was not enough, then 10 times, 100 times. There was no healing method in the world that could surpass the immortal phoenix nirvana technique. However, my furnace of fighting intent. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and sat down cross-legged to think about the furnace of fighting intent. When Zhou Tong had just advanced to the quasi-emperor realm, he had thought about using the 8th and 9th heavens technique of the devil-ape lineage as a guide to connect the mysteries of the 10 ferocious beasts and make it a true perfect superposition technique that was suitable for his tyrant body. In fact, this idea was beyond the scope of the tyrant body. This was because the tyrant body was only a combination of laws. It allowed various laws to be perfectly combined and harmonized, but it was not a perfect combination and superposition. Moreover, Jotong's cultivation realm had not reached that level. How could he improve an immortal king-level cultivation technique? However, in the battle just now, Jotong had activated the heavenly technique of the devil-ape lineage to the limit and combined it with the tyrant body. This allowed him to instantly comprehend a technique, which was the furnace of fighting intent. This technique was not to improve the 8th and 9th heavens technique, but to burn the superposition of laws into the purest fighting intent. This was a special way of thinking. It was not a perfect superposition of the 10 ferocious beasts, but it was a perfect burning of the 10 ferocious beasts. If this furnace of fighting intent fell into the hands of others, it would have almost no effect. At most, it would improve morale, strengthen one's will, stabilize one's fighting spirit, and prevent one's will from being affected by other forces. It could only be regarded as an auxiliary technique in battle to improve a cultivator's courage, fighting spirit, perseverance, and other illusory things. However, if it fell into the hands of Jotong, it would have a completely different meaning. His first forbidden domain, Immortal War, was a technique where the higher the fighting intent, the more terrifying the attack power. When this technique was combined with the furnace of fighting intent, the peak state could erupt with 10 times the attack power. This explosive battle power was very similar to the Secret of All, but it was also different. After the Secret of All was successfully activated, it could only erupt for a short period of time. Therefore, when using the Secret of All, it needed to be continuously activated. However, the furnace of fighting intent was different. Once the fighting intent was ignited, as long as one did not actively eliminate it, it would continue to burn. There was no need to repeatedly activate the Secret of All. Compared to the Secret of All, this technique did not have a gap in usage, which was equivalent to a permanent 10-fold combat power. However, its shortcomings were also very obvious. This was because it was a furnace. From igniting the fighting intent to raising it to the limit, it needed a period of time. In other words, when the secret technique was first activated, the furnace of fighting intent was not as good as the Secret of All. Of course, the biggest difference between these two techniques was that the furnace of fighting intent could only be regarded as a technique that was compatible with Jotong's Immortal War art. Without the Immortal War art, the furnace of fighting intent was just a technique to stabilize the fighting intent. Most importantly, this technique could only be used with the tyrant body as the furnace. Without the tyrant body, this technique could not be used. However, the Secret of All was different. It was a 10-fold increase in all aspects, and there was no limit to its usage. The fighting intent can continue to burn. My current tyrant body can only withstand 10-fold fighting intent. However, it may not be so in the future. Jotong thought to himself. This technique was newly created and was not perfect. In fact, a large part of the reason for his injuries was due to the burning of the furnace of fighting intent. Because it was not perfect, such an intense burning would hurt the body. Not only was this technique not perfect, but his tyrant body also had some flaws. When the flaws of these two techniques were completely fixed, the brand new furnace of fighting intent would be different. Moreover, this technique perfectly combines my first and second taboos. Jotong was delighted. Although the other great emperors and ancient emperors' taboo secret techniques were many in number, the connection between the various techniques was not as tight as Jotong's. The other great emperors and ancient emperors could smoothly connect to the second taboos after activating the first taboos at most, or the former was used to pave the way for the latter. However, Jotong's 3 great taboos could be used at the same time and superimposed on each other. If the other great emperors and ancient emperors' taboo secret techniques were combined to form a combo attack, then Jotong's 3 great taboo secret techniques were combined to form a critical hit. Moreover, the furnace of fighting intent may have some other relationship with my path of fighting immortals. In the future, it may help me to transform further and increase my combat strength to become the strongest. This thought suddenly emerged in Jotong's mind. Perhaps this technique was related to the transformation of his path of fighting immortals in the future. Some taboo secret techniques were related to the cultivator's own path of cultivation. For example, Emperor Ruthless Flying Celestial Art could produce a flying celestial divine embryo when it was cultivated to the peak. This was in fact destined to be the path of Emperor Ruthless' second life. Chapter 585. This battle is over. Zhou Tong looked at the battlefield in the starry sky. All kinds of weapon fragments were scattered all over the ground. Yin Prime, I can't believe you have such a name. Your weapon of light is actually Tao Calamity Gold, not Radiant Platinum. Zhou Tong complained and put away the weapon fragments. The black pattern gold was his biggest gain in this battle. Both Heavenly Baron Halberd of Stone Emperor and Dark Shield of Light and Darkness Supreme were heavy weapons. Altogether, they weighed more than 25 million caddies. Next was the Emerald Feather Gold. The Spirit Refining Pot, Longevity Sword, and Reincarnation Supreme's Emerald Feather Gold armor were not heavy weapons. Altogether, the Emerald Feather Gold was only 15 million caddies. Next was the Immortal Tier Green Gold, which was about 10 million caddies. Then came the Phoenix Blood Gold, which was 3 million caddies. The smallest was Light and Darkness Supreme's Tao Calamity Gold Staff, which was only 500,000 caddies. What a pity, I seem to have too much black pattern gold. With the Emerald Feather Gold in my collection, it's barely enough. However, the Immortal Tier Green Gold is still a bit lacking. Zhou Tong silently counted his spoils. I wonder who still has the Radiant Platinum. I even suspect that the Radiant Platinum has been taken away by the Undying Sky Emperor. I guess only the oldest Supremes can find it. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. The Undying Emperor gave his son Radiant Platinum as a weapon. His own saber was white, so he must have this kind of immortal metal. Even the first divine general under him might have a weapon made of Radiant Platinum. Zhou Tong remembered that Ning Fei's Heavenly Halberd in the original work was white. Time to leave. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Tong put away the sword formation. In the starry sky, everyone stared at the numinous sword formation. The sword formation enveloped an entire region of stars, causing the entire region to be reduced to chaos. It was impossible to see through it at all. Even the senses of the soul would be shredded to pieces by the terrifying, chaotic sword chi of the sword formation when they approached it. Clang! However, in the next moment, the numinous sword formation suddenly dispersed. Whether it was the 4 killing swords or the formation diagram, they all dissipated, revealing the starfield. All the Supremes were gone, and even the divine physique had disappeared. Only Zhou Tong was left in this starfield. He didn't seem to have any injuries. He just stood there quietly in the starry sky. All the Supremes are dead, and the divine physique. Only the Overlord is alive. The dark turmoil has ended before it even began. This is beyond my imagination. This dark upheaval had yet to truly begin, but had already been quelled by someone. Many cultivators who knew the inside story were extremely excited. They were actually able to survive. Ha ha ha. Overlord, Overlord Ancestors, Overlord Ancestral Star laughed from the bottom heavens. Overlord, Overlords, Overlord, Overlord. This was a miracle, Overlord. Of the Overlord of the Overlord, Overlords, Overlords, Overlord, Overlord, Overlords, Overlord. The Overlord's Overlord bloodline is invincible. This golden era belongs to the Overlord bloodline. Yes, it's time for our clan to have a great emperor. No, it's a celestial emperor, an invincible celestial emperor. Countless people of the Overlord bloodline were excited. It was as if they were the ones who had quelled the dark chaos. At the same time, everyone in the starry sky was discussing the battle merits. At least 90% of the battle merits belonged to Zhou Tong. The Overlord is invincible. No one in this world can compete with him. No, he's already a boundary emperor. He can even kill Supremes. We can't call him Overlord anymore, but Great Emperor. He quelled the dark chaos. Such achievements deserve the title of Celestial Emperor. That's right, Celestial Emperor. Celestial Overlord. Celestial Overlord. Celestial Overlord. No one knew who shouted this title first, but it soon spread across the entire universe. Countless cultivators were shouting this title excitedly. It must have been spread by those from the ancestral planet. Zhou also heard the voices in the starry sky. He was speechless. The ancestral planet of the Overlord bloodline really wanted to promote him. However, there's no hurry. Zhou took a deep breath. With a flip of his hand, the dark red, celestial slaying sword appeared in his palm. Then, he walked directly toward the Big Dipper. His movement immediately alarmed countless people in the starry sky. Everyone thought that after such a battle, he would definitely go into seclusion for a period of time. This was the experience of a Supreme's battle. After he came out of seclusion, he might be able to prove his Tao. However, they did not expect Zhou to rush directly to the Big Dipper. Moreover, he took out a killing sword. He was full of murderous intent and did not hide it at all. He was definitely going to fight the Big Dipper. However, now that the dark chaos had been quelled, what else was there to fight? Everyone was stunned. Was he going to conquer the Forbidden Land? This was somewhat unrealistic. Since ancient times, there had been so many great emperors, but no one could do it. He was a quasi-emperor who relied on external forces to have the combat strength of a Supremes. It should be impossible. However, Zhou really came and directly descended on the Big Dipper. He first went to the Sun Star and put away the jade box he left on the Sun Star and his divine thought. This jade box contained the essence of the ancient tree of life. This was also a backup plan he left behind. This was because once the battle in the starry sky changed, his divine thought could immediately bring this thing to guide Jiuyo. However, now that the dark chaos had been quelled, this thing was no longer needed. When Zhou walked out of the Sun Star, under everyone's attention, he waved his right hand. The spiritual treasure array instantly covered the sky and the earth, and the direction it covered was the forbidden land of life, the undying mountain. Is he really going to fight? Is he going to flatten the undying mountain? No one has ever done it since ancient times. That's the undying mountain. Back then, even the Void Emperor shed blood here. He actually dares to attack directly? Everyone paid close attention and looked at the undying mountain, especially the Ji family. The undying mountain and the Void Emperor's lineage had a blood feud. Is he really going to flatten the undying mountain? On the Ji family's ancestral planet, Himiko looked at the void mirror in front of him and was very restless. The mirror displayed Zhou actions. I didn't expect you to be able to quell the chaos in this life. Himiko then sighed. Not only the Ji family, but the Supremes of the other Forbidden Lands also sent out their divine thoughts. There were even cold gazes staring at the undying mountain. These Supremes were already extremely vigilant against Zhou. They hadn't even activated their human tribulation yet, but the other party had already come knocking on their door. Now, the situation had been completely reversed. They, the former emperors and emperors, were no longer his human tribulation. Instead, Zhou had become the human tribulation of these Forbidden Land Supremes. In this sense, Zhou was definitely the first person since ancient times. Chapter 586. Undying Mountain. He's going to start a war with Undying Mountain. Yifan and the others stood on the holy cliff and looked at Undying Mountain dumbfoundedly. The entire sky above Undying Mountain was completely covered by the spirit treasure formation diagram. Primal chaos lingered and completely sealed off Undying Mountain. Killing intent soared into the sky and sword light flashed. The entire Undying Mountain seemed to have disappeared from everyone's eyes. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can enter the core of Undying Mountain today. The large black dog was a little excited. He had never been to the core of Undying Mountain. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Wushi had only brought him around the periphery of Undying Mountain. You think so highly of him? Will he definitely be able to suppress Undying Mountain? Fairy Zixia was a little surprised. The large black dog said, Undying Mountain is definitely not as powerful as you think. Void Emperor and several Saint Physiques have fought in Undying Mountain. There are probably not many great emperors and ancient emperors left in this forbidden area. Zhou Tong must know this, which is why he dared to come to Undying Mountain as soon as the chaos was quelled. Let's hurry over. Maybe we can get some treasures. The large black dog's eyes lit up. This brat tricked me so miserably. This time, I must make him cough up blood. Yifan looked at the large black dog, speechlessly. At the same time, in Undying Mountain, every mountain here was as black as ink. Mist lingered around it, and it was majestic. Walking in this mountain, one could see some incomplete stone men living here. They were all saint spirits. Is the overlord body of the human race going to flatten Undying Mountain? An old voice came from the center of Undying Mountain. First, there were many saint physiques, then there was the Void Emperor. Now, other than you, who is about to die, are there any other supreme beings in Undying Mountain? Zhou Tong smiled and strode into Undying Mountain. Looking at the pitch-black mountains around Undying Mountain, Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. When he first came in, he still had to take one step at a time and use the formation patterns left behind by the Void Emperor to advance. But now, he already regarded Undying Mountain as nothing. One step at a time, one mountain. Zhou Tong instantly walked into the core of Undying Mountain. The core of the Undying Mountain was not some terrifying demonic land, but rather a place that was like a paradise, pure and natural. There was a peach orchard here, and the petals were scattered all over the place. Under the peach trees, there were a few simple and unadorned thatch cottages. Not far away, an old turtle was crawling about. That was the 10,000-year divine medicine, as well as the black tortoise divine medicine. This was the first thing Zhou Tong saw when he came in. His eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the medicine. Then he turned his head and looked at the only living being in the Undying Mountain. He was an old man who had aged beyond recognition a long time ago. Zhou Tong opened his heavenly eye and looked directly at the old man. This old man was so old that he couldn't be sealed even if he wanted to. His primordial spirit was also so old that it was disappearing bit by bit. He would definitely die in a few hundred years. At his current stage, even if he devoured the lives of everyone in the universe, he would not be able to survive. He had started too many dark disturbances, and he had been in power for too long. This was an existence who had lived as long as Heavenly Venerable Chong Sheng. Even Heavenly Venerable Chong Sheng might not have lived as long as him. This was definitely an ancient person from the mythological era. He was terrifyingly ancient. You're right. I'm the only one left in the Undying Mountain. The old Supreme Being sighed and said, I'll leave the Undying Mountain to you. The immortal divine medicine and the immortal materials left behind by the Supreme Beings of the Undying Mountain will also be given to you. I just want to leave and leave a way out for my children and grandchildren. As he spoke, he had already thrown down a large number of Emperor weapon fragments. These were some immortal gold left behind by the ancient Emperor of the Undying Mountain. They were shattered in the battle and then collected by the ancient Emperor of the Undying Mountain. The 9-colored immortal gold was complete. In total, there were 3 cubic meters of it. Then, the old man looked at some divine sources not far away. There were more than 10 young people sealed inside. They were all his bloodline descendants. These people had already recovered. In the divine sources, they looked at Zhou Tong nervously. They knew that their lives were in the hands of this young overlord body. Zhou Tong looked at the old man again. If he stayed in a place like the Undying Mountain, he could still live for a few hundred years. However, once he left the Undying Mountain, as long as he didn't go to other forbidden areas, he might not be able to live for more than 10 years. Seeing this, Zhou Tong also nodded and said in a deep voice, As long as you guys are obedient, I won't attack them. He opened a corner of the spirit treasure array diagram and left a passage for him. Let's go. From now on, there will be no more Undying Mountain in this world. The old man waved his sleeve and immediately took everyone in. He sighed and said, This old man is about to die. I saw a corner of the future. In the future, all of you can live an ordinary life. It's not a bad life. When the old man went out, He originally wanted to take the immortal gold Holy Spirit away. However, the Spirit Treasure Array diagram immediately released strands of killing intent. The old man immediately shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. From then on, he never appeared in the world again. You still want to take the immortal gold Holy Spirit? I've been watching it for a long time. Zhou thought to himself. Then, the bell above his head flashed and directly flew into a small mountain. A miserable scream came from there, and then a dark green light merged into the bell. The immortal tier green gold Holy Spirit, known as the Heavenly Emperor in the future, completely disappeared. After devouring this Holy Spirit, Zhou Tong's bell immediately had a trace of dark green color. Then he swallowed all the Emperor weapon fragments he needed into the bell and refined them bit by bit. The six-colored bell gradually filled up the missing white, cyan, and green colors. Of course, because the cyan and green colors were Emperor weapon fragments, there were still many Emperor Dao laws inside that were difficult to refine in a short period of time. Therefore, these two lights were still very weak. As for the white color, it was purely because there were too few materials. The bright platinum in his hand was too little. It was only half of the other immortal materials. After destroying the other forbidden areas, I'll definitely be able to find the bright gold Holy Spirit. But there's no need to do this in the short term. Next, I'll take away the Undying Mountain. Zhou Tong put away the Spirit Treasure Array diagram and then flew into the sky. From now on, there will be no more dead mountains in the world. Zhou Tong roared. Then a huge hand descended from the sky and grabbed the Undying Mountain, pulling it up with all its might. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhou Tong directly pulled up the Undying Mountain. So heavy, as expected of the most original divine mountain in this universe. Zhou Tong grabbed the Undying Mountain. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of this mountain. After cultivating to Zhou Tong's current level, he could pluck the stars and the moon with a wave of his hand. However, grabbing this mountain required him to use all of his strength. When the mountain was grabbed by Zhou Tong, a mysterious stone tablet appeared in the mountain. On it were written 8 words. Do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do not die. This mountain cannot be stored in a spatial treasure, but my 10 heavenly rings are already comparable to a real world. There's no need for that. Collect. Zhou Tong grabbed the mountain, and his body shone brightly. The 10 heavenly rings turned into a sun that covered the Undying Mountain. Then, with a slight shake, the mountain immediately appeared in the 10 heavenly rings. Oh! After the Undying Mountain entered the 10 heavenly rings, Zhou Tong also felt that his 10 heavenly rings had become much more obscure. It was as if the entire world was suppressed by this divine mountain. When the light dissipated, the Undying Mountain completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the world was shocked. One of the 7 life forbidden areas was actually gone. The Undying Mountain forbidden area was suppressed by the heavenly tyrant body. The world was shocked, and everyone was discussing. Chapter 587. Big Dipper, Eastern Wilderness. The place where the Undying Mountain used to be had now become a huge basin. An Undying Mountain and 2 immortal divine herbs. Zhou Tong looked at the 10 heavens divine ring and was slightly delighted. Previously, in order to deal with Ji Zun, the 10 heavens divine ring's foundation was almost depleted. However, the Undying Mountain had completely replenished all the foundation that it had lost. This mountain was one of the most original divine mountains in the universe. It sees the creation of heaven and earth. In addition to the Tree of Enlightenment and Black Tortoise divine herbs, the Undying Mountain had profited greatly this time. Moreover, once the mountain entered the 10 heavens divine ring, Zhou Tong's immortal divine herbs, except for the Fusang divine tree that was rooted in the sun, entered the Undying Mountain. Moreover, the Undying Mountain has nurtured a large number of Holy Spirit stone embryos. They're the kind that have yet to develop intelligence. Including the Holy Spirit stone embryos that I have found over the years, There are a total of 30 holy spirits in my world. Zhou Tong thought to himself, 30 holy spirits. The aura of the great Tao within the 10 heavens divine ring was extremely terrifying. Just by intercepting a trace of the creation of heaven and earth, Zhou Tong felt that the great Tao laws of the 6 great emperors and ancient emperors that were locking him down had weakened a little. 30 holy spirits already have such an effect. If there were 300 holy spirits, I could easily break free from the great Tao laws of these Jizun. If there were 3,000 holy spirits, I would be untouchable. Zhou Tong was a little emotional. Holy spirits were indeed beloved by heaven and earth. They had too many mysterious abilities. After examining his gains, Zhou Tong immediately descended from the sky. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others had also caught up. Yi Fan, I'm sorry. Your immortal cauldron exploded when you killed the longevity heavenly venerable. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and casually took out his Holy Spirit Stone book and handed it to Yi Fan. This Holy Spirit Stone book will be your compensation. Yi Fan was startled. Then he nodded and took the Holy Spirit Stone book. He was indeed a little jealous of this book, as it recorded the entire great Tao of a perfected Holy Spirit. This book was not only a supreme artifact of the 9th heavens, but also an imperial scripture. Woof! What good things are there in the Undying Mountain? Seeing that Yi Fan had obtained some benefits, the large black dog also came over and shamelessly asked Zhou Tong for some benefits. That was the Undying Mountain, a famous forbidden zone for life. Piss off! Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the large black dog. He raised a leg and sent it flying with a kick. In any case, Yi Fan had destroyed an immortal cauldron, so he had to give him some compensation. This D*MN dog didn't do anything and still had the face to ask for benefits from him. This dog's skin was really thick. The matter of the Immortal Ascension Road has come to an end. Next, there are some trivial matters, Zhou Tong said as he took out the dimmed fighting stick. Yi Fan could clearly see that the rod had already lost its luster. There were a few cracks on it, and it was on the verge of breaking. Even an imperial weapon was like this. From this, one could see how terrifying and intense this battle was. Go and find the Holy Prince. Also, tell him that the Holy Spirit Stone token is a gift to him as compensation. Zhou Tong tossed the stick into the void. Instantly, the stick pierced through the void and disappeared from the Big Dipper. The Holy Spirit Stone token was the compensation for Zhou Tong damaging the fighting stick, and he directly gave it to the Holy Prince. Where are you going? Yi Fan asked. Everywhere. The universe is so big. I want to see it. Zhou Tong said with a light smile. After wandering outside for so long, I have also accumulated a batch of coordinates of the star domain of life. I can go and take a look and see the customs and scenery of the different star domains of life. By the way, I've seen Wang Zuan. He's in the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. Zhou Tong added. While speaking, Zhou Tong's finger pointed in the void and told Yi Fan the coordinates of the Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. Wang Ziwen. If there's a chance, I'll go and see him. Yi Fan remembered the coordinates and then said, Pang Bo has now returned to the Ziwei segmentum. By the way, he also married the princess of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty. If you pass by the Ziwei segmentum, you can also go and see him. Don't think too much. This is not a farewell. Maybe we'll meet again soon. Zhou Tong waved his hand and left in a carefree manner. What do you mean by meeting again? Yi Fan was a little puzzled. As soon as he asked, Zhou Tong had already left. He's not as calm as he appears to be. At this time, Xia, who had been beside Yi Fan, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Yi Fan suddenly looked at his wife. You don't really think that Zhou Tong killed so many supreme beings unscathed, do you? Xia looked at Yi Fan and said softly, Although I don't know what's going on with him, I can feel that there's something wrong with his aura. As an innate Taoist embryo, Xia was extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras. She could feel that there was a slight change in Zhou Tong's aura. The biggest possibility is that the Supreme Being's Great Path Law has been branded on his body. Xia recalled some of the self-sealed cultivators she had seen over the years and said decisively, he should be bound by the Supreme Being's imperial Dao law now. This should be the price he paid. Bound by the Supreme Being's Great Path law, which means... Yi Fan was shocked. Xia nodded and said, that should be the case. Zhou Tong's hope of proving his Dao may have been cut off. Just like when the great emperor was still alive, the great path of heaven and earth suppressed other cultivators, not allowing them to prove their Dao. What Zhou Tong is facing now is not just the suppression of a great emperor. He may not be able to break free for the rest of his life, and it may even be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. So he wants to go to the starry sky to take a look. Yi Fan felt that he already knew what Zhou Tong was thinking, but he could not help but feel a little sad. Along the way, he had seen everything that Zhou Tong had sacrificed to prove his Dao, but now he had encountered such a thing when he was just one step away from the door. However, I don't think he will sink into despair just like that, Yi Fan said. And have you noticed that he is still so confident? At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong left the Big Dipper. He followed the starry sky coordinates left behind by Yin Ryu and came to a blue planet. This was a planet of life left behind by the Azure Emperor. There was almost no land on this planet, and it was completely a blue sea and blue sky. Green lotuses as huge as mountains were everywhere in the sea. Yin Ryu sat quietly on the largest green lotus, and the Azure Emperor's heart was not far in front of her. Following Zhou Tong's arrival, she opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. I'm back, Zhou Tong said softly. Welcome back, our celestial emperor. Yin Ryu smiled. Are your injuries okay? I'm fine. Give me a few years, and I'll be able to solve it. However, before that, our matter has been delayed long enough. Zhou Tong stretched out his hand. It's time to officially announce it to the public. Yin Ryu was stunned. Then she nodded and put her hand in Zhou Tong's. When the road to immortality opened, countless holy lands and aristocratic families in the Big Dipper had left. Therefore, in the following year, Zhou Tong and Yin Ryu visited countless places in the universe and personally sent invitations to some of their friends and relatives. After preparing for half a year, the two of them finally held a grand wedding in the Divine Realm. That's right, it was on the other side of the Divine Realm. That was the territory that Zhou Tong had fought for himself. The wedding went smoothly. There were no disturbances, and no one dared to cause trouble in front of Zhou Tong. Even those people from the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star snorted coldly when they saw the holy physique Yi Fan. Chapter 588. After Zhou Tong and Yin Ruryu's wedding, the two of them could still be seen in the beginning. However, after a few years, no one in the universe had seen him again. I can't see the Tyrant Body in the starry sky. It seems that the battle in the darkness had a great impact on him. The Overlord's cultivation speed is too fast. Now, there's finally a backlash. Although his realm might be higher, he must be like Doom Mu from the God Tribe. His cultivation is stuck, and he can't make any further progress. How can there be no changes to his body after a battle with the Supreme? Our generation is 10,000 years after Emperor Qing passed away. There's no longer any great Dao suppression, so there's a battle on the Emperor's road. However, the Overlord's battle is equivalent to branding himself with a new Supreme's great Dao. That's right, we're no longer suppressed by the Supreme's great Dao, but the Overlord's body is suppressed. There's no possibility of him proving his great Dao. After all, this is our era. After not hearing any news about Zhou Tong for many years, countless people had malicious speculations. In particular, the Sky Prides on the Emperor's Road wished that Zhou Tong would never appear again. Moreover, after these comments appeared, no one refuted the rumors. Even the Tyrant Body lineage did not come out to say anything. It was as if these speculations were confirmed. What a pity. Many people were grateful for Zhou Tong's actions and secretly felt sorry for him. Some wished that Zhou Tong would fall, while others hoped that he could reach the peak and achieve the Tyrant Body. However, no matter what, the battle on the Emperor's Road continued. The ancient starry sky road became lively again. Countless sky prides were fighting there, and blood was spilled on the Emperor's road. As the sky pride's cultivation increased, the battle became more terrifying and tragic. At the same time, on the other side, in the divine territory, in the back garden of the temple, the scenery here was beautiful. There were floating islands in the sky. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a hanging spring and a waterfall. Rays of silver light fell from the floating divine islands, and there were palaces in the distance. This was an important place in God's domain. Only the gods of God's domain could enter this area. On the most central floating island, Zhou sat cross-legged on a Tao platform. A large bell floated above his head. Even though the white, green, and azure colors were rather dim, this bell was indeed forged from genuine nine-colored immortal gold. Above the bell, there was even a primal chaos mist lingering, and the Xianhuang Mother Qi was hanging down. Especially in the mouth of the bell, there was a vast amount of aura surging. Countless mists rose from it like a waterfall. Each and every one of them was as heavy and vast as the Milky Way. This was the power of faith. Zhou Tong had quelled the chaos in the darkness and wiped out the undying mountain. He had long accumulated great merit. All living beings were grateful for his kindness and often recited his name. Naturally, he had gathered a huge amount of power of faith. Clang! The large bell shook leisurely, a kind of conception of the beginning of all things and the beginning of chaos spread out like ripples. It resonated in the entire back garden, and for a moment, all kinds of scenes appeared in the garden. The fresh air of the plants turned into wind and blew toward them. Bursts of water vapor from the waterfall turned into raindrops and hit them. In the depths, there were even the roars of tigers and the cries of apes, causing the entire back garden to be filled with a natural and fresh aura. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Zhou Tong leisurely opened his eyes. After his wedding with Yen Ryu, he accompanied Yen Ryu to play around in the starry sky for 3 years. They went to countless star fields that they had never been to and saw countless traces of great Tao. During this period, the two of them also went to the Overlord Body's ancestral planet. Zhou Tong also met the 3 great success Overlord Bodies again and roughly explained the situation to them. After that, the two of them returned to God's domain. Zhou Tong had been sitting there to comprehend great Tao. It had been 120 years. In the past 120 years, he hadn't intentionally dissolved the various imperial Tao laws in his body. Instead, he'd been sitting cross-legged and constantly refining his bell. On one hand, he was slowly refining the imperial Tao laws within the bell, while on the other hand, he was reorganizing the various Taos and techniques recorded within the bell. It had to be said that the divine mark Purple Gold's Immortal Gold Profound was simply too heaven-defying. Zhou Tong relied on this Immortal Gold Profound to obtain all sorts of profound scriptures. Among them, there were at least 1 million saint-level scriptures, over 100,000 saint-level scriptures, over 10,000 Saint King-level scriptures, over 1,000 quasi-emperor scriptures, and over 100 ancient emperor-level scriptures. It could be said that 70 to 80% of the scriptures in this world had been taken away by him. All this while, Zhou Tong had been walking his own path. This was because his path to becoming a combat immortal required battles the most. However, now that the entire universe had basically quieted down, Zhou Tong also had the time to understand and comprehend the various great Taos recorded on the bell. In the past 120 years, even if he hadn't deliberately dispelled the imperial Tao laws of the ancient emperor-level scriptures, these imperial Tao laws had spontaneously disintegrated bit by bit during the process of comprehending the scriptures. At the same time, his flawed tyrant body and furnace of fighting intent had also been perfected bit by bit during this process. Yen Ryu also sat cross-legged on a platform next to Zhou Tong. She looked at Zhou Tong and thought to herself, "Is it the great Tao of nature again this time?" For the past 120 years, she had also been accompanying Zhou Tong here. Of course, the most important thing was that she wanted to listen to Zhou Tong's extremely strange and magical bell sound. This was because that bell was too extraordinary. It only needed to vibrate slightly, and the sound of ancient scriptures would be emitted. It was as if someone was reciting scriptures, describing the most mysterious, great Tao in the world. It was mysterious and extraordinary. Moreover, Yin Ryu also discovered that there was no need for Zhou Tong to speak, and there was no need for the bell to ring. Just by looking at the bell, she felt as if she had seen the most original great Tao in the world. It made her body and mind empty, and she fell into a state of enlightenment. For the past 120 years, the bell had been rung 108 times every day, and each time it rang, it was a great Tao. Some powerful Taos, such as the great Tao of the ancient emperor-level scriptures, might take more than 10 days to ring. As for the weaker sage Taos, there might be hundreds of Taos every day. This bell is the most valuable enlightenment treasure in the world. My ancestors' green lotus and the Tianyuan stone tablet of great Emperor Wu Shi are far inferior to it. Yin Ryu sighed softly. As Zhou Tong's wife, she had naturally seen the Tianyuan stone tablet that allowed people to comprehend great Tao. After 120 years of secluded cultivation, I wonder what realm you have reached. Yin Ryu looked at Zhou Tong and sighed slightly in her heart. It was as if the sovereign's remnant marks couldn't stop him at all. In the past 120 years, Zhou Tong's aura became more and more unfathomable. Especially since 20 years ago, she almost couldn't estimate it anymore. Could it be that he's about to achieve great success? Yin Ryu had some guesses in her heart. This kind of aura might be the aura of the ninth heaven. But because of the sovereign's remnant marks, his power was completely locked in his body, so the heavenly tribulation didn't appear. Chapter 589. I don't know if you can achieve great success in the tyrant body. Yin Ryu was a little worried. After all, the sovereign Tao laws were too powerful. But soon, her expression changed because Zhou Tong was a little different today. After sitting cross-legged for 120 years, he actually stood up today. Buzz! When Zhou Tong stood up, it was like a mountain rising from the ground. The rolling power shook the world. Boundless purple chi swept across the sky. A supreme power rippled in the entire garden, startling countless Tao patterns here. The entire garden lit up with countless Tao patterns. It's about time. A soft shout echoed above the sky like a dragon's roar. It shook the great Tao of heaven and earth and resonated with it. Then his body began to glow. In the sea of reincarnation, yin and yang, turbid, life and death, and many other opposing forces entangled with each other, turning into a state of limitless infinity before the primal chaos. Finally, as if heaven and earth were splitting apart, the limitless infinity was split apart and turned into a taiji, revealing a newly formed world. The scripture of the sea of reincarnation was now perfect. In the Tao palace, the sound of chanting was endless. The essence of the 5 elements boiled and turned into gods of the 5 elements. However, as soon as these gods appeared, they quickly dissipated and turned into nourishment for the body. At the same time, the past was the past, and the past was chanting for the present. The present was the original self, invincible in the world. The future was the Tao, eternal and indestructible. The scripture of the Tao palace was now perfect. Then, the 5 elements Tao palace resonated with Zhou Tong's sea of reincarnation. Immortal light spread to his limbs and bones, evolving into the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth were split apart. Zhou Tong's body shook slightly, and a myriad Tao of heaven and earth wailed. The scripture of the 4 extremes was now perfect. The sea of reincarnation represented the newly born world. The Tao palace represented the stability of the world, and the 4 extremes represented development. Endless development, constantly expanding the world. These 3 represented Zhou Tong's Tao. The sea of reincarnation was the beginning. The Tao palace was the stability, and the 4 extremes were the development. Endless and endless. Finally, the dragon behind Zhou Tong lit up. It raised its head and roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The scripture of the tornado transformation scroll was also completed at this time. Then, this great dragon contained the power of the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 extremities as one, about to link up with the immortal foundation, about to step into a supreme cultivation realm. During this process, the runes in Zhou Tong's body were endless. They were all branded into his flesh and blood, causing his body to undergo an extremely terrifying transformation from his physical body to his divine power, then to his primordial spirit and great Tao. Such a transformation was the difference between an ordinary 9th-heaven quasi-emperor and a quasi-emperor who achieved the Tao through another method. Cultivators who achieved the Tao in a different way were one major realm higher than ordinary 9th-heaven quasi-emperors. Naturally, their cultivation would be unimaginably strong. This is connecting the immortal foundation. A hint of shock flashed across Yan Ruyu's eyes. Reaching this step, one could already be considered to have achieved the Tao. But then her eyes dimmed. She was still in the 6th heaven of the great sage realm, but the protector she had chosen was about to prove his Tao. This gap almost made Yan Ryu despair. In this life, she could not keep up with his footsteps at all. However, right at this moment, 6 Emperor Tao laws suddenly appeared from within Zhou Tong's body. Even though the Emperor Tao laws had dimmed down by more than half, they were like 6 chains that locked down the dragon on Zhou Tong's body, causing it to be unable to link up completely. At the same time, at the end of each chain, there was a great Emperor Ancient Sovereign. The Stone Emperor, the Master of Samsara, the Sovereign of Light and Darkness, the Sovereign of Heaven Abandoning, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Azure Emperor. The 6 great emperors, ancient sovereigns, stood proudly in front of the dragon, preventing Zhou Tong from achieving the Tao. As expected, after more than 100 years, the sovereign's remnant mark has not completely disappeared. At this crucial moment, it has become a key obstacle to his Tao. Yan Ruyu understood in her heart. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The great dragon on Zhou Tong's spine roared and charged toward the immortal foundation mystic realm, trying to break through the restraints of these sovereigns. However, the Stone Emperor, the Master of Samsara, the Sovereign of Light and Darkness, the Sovereign of Heaven Abandoning, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Azure Emperor roared at the same time. Dong! The warlord bell above Zhou Tong's head vibrated slightly. The Xianwang source qi and primal chaos qi descended, completely enveloping Zhou Tong's body. Fortunately, the warlord bell had acted in time. Otherwise, just that roar alone would have caused the entire deity realm to collapse and explode. After all, that was the battle cry of a sovereign. It was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Buzz! However, with just one attack, the strange phenomenon on Zhou Tong's body quickly disappeared. All the Tao runes, all the anomalies, everything had disappeared. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. On the Tao platform, only Zhou Tong was left standing there alone. The warlord bell hung above his head. The primal chaos qi and primal chaos qi swirled around him, making his body blurry. It was as if he was immortal and indestructible. Dong! In the end, the warlord bell vibrated slightly and returned to Zhou Tong's immortal foundation. You failed to break through? Yan Ryu looked at Zhou Tong nervously. Zhou Tong shook his head, then nodded and said, "It's a success, but it's also a failure. Strictly speaking, I was 100% confident that I could succeed this time, but I failed on purpose." Failed on purpose? Why? Yan Ryu didn't understand. The sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands are waiting for me. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, "If it were an ordinary cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem, but I'm different. I'm definitely a thorn in the side of those sovereigns. If I try my best to break through and get rid of those sovereigns' remnant marks, it would cause too much of a commotion. It would definitely alert the sovereigns in the Forbidden Lands." So you failed on purpose? Yan Ryu frowned. Are you saying that you're fully prepared? Of course I'm prepared, and I think my opponents aren't just the sovereigns in the Forbidden Lands. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with worry. because if he broke through like this, his opponents would definitely not be simple. No matter what, I'll make some preparations first. Otherwise, when I break through, there might be a lot of unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Tong looked at his warlord bell. In the past 100 years, all the sovereign's monarch weapons have been completely refined. Those monarch weapons were just fragments, and the Tao patterns left behind were also incomplete. It was much easier to refine them, at least many times easier than refining the sovereign's remnant marks in Zhou Tong's body. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Zhou Tong had not taken the initiative to refine these sovereign Tao laws in the past 100 years. If he took the initiative to refine these sovereign Tao laws, it would only take a few years. However, once he took the initiative to refine these sovereign Tao laws, he would definitely trigger a seventh heaven quasi-emperor's heavenly tribulation. At that time, it would be a guide for those sovereigns. If a few sovereigns who had ascended to the extreme appeared in the Forbidden Lands, it would be difficult for him to fight. On the contrary, it would be much better if he did not refine these sovereigns' Tao patterns. In any case, these sovereigns' Tao patterns had completely negligible restraints on him. At that time, he could easily use these sovereigns' remnant marks to suppress his advancement. When the time was right, he could directly break through 3 heavenly tribulations in one go. If he refined these Tao patterns, he would not know when he would trigger a heavenly tribulation when he broke through. If he did not refine these Tao patterns, then he would have the initiative of the heavenly tribulation at any time. Even a fool would know how to choose. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong finally said, "Next, you stay here first. I have to go out and do something. Let's deal with some future troubles first." Yan Ruyu nodded. Chapter 590. After leaving the divine realm once again, Zhou Tong continued to move forward along his own path. In an instant, he arrived at a desolate ancient planet, Mars. After so many years, Zhou Tong finally came to this ancient star that had already withered away. Before the path of immortality opened, Zhou Tong had also passed by this planet. However, at that time, he was worried that the undying emperor might be hiding here, so he held back and did not enter. But now, more than 100 years had passed since the dark turmoil. The undying emperor had already obtained enough flesh and blood of supremes and could begin to evolve. Those supremes who exploded on the path of immortality, as well as those who exploded after coming out, were all food for the undying emperor. Most of the flesh and blood of the supremes who did not die on the path of immortality were Zhou Tong's spoils of war. However, there was still a portion of flesh and blood that fell outside. It was probably collected by the undying emperor. Even those supremes who had lost an arm or a leg in the path of immortality only recovered a little when they came out. If I don't get rid of the undying emperor, I'm afraid I'll be attacked when I'm going through the tribulation. Zhou Tong looked at the desolate planet and thought to himself. Now, Zhou Tong was basically not afraid of other supremes. The only thing he was afraid of was that the undying emperor would take advantage of his tribulation to attack. Zhou Tong even dared to say that the undying emperor would most likely attack. At the very least, the undying heavenly blade might also attack. The undying emperor had a headache over the things that happened after the No beginning successfully proved his Tao. He would absolutely not allow another powerful great emperor like No beginning to appear in the future. Zhou Tong descended from the starry sky and directly arrived at the eye of the North Sea of Mars. The eye of the sea had dried up. There was no water flow, only sand and boulders. Moreover, it was as if they had been washed away by blood. This place was crimson red. Boom! Zhou Tong moved a boulder and opened the seal here. Suddenly, an extremely gloomy aura rushed out from within, causing people's hearts to tremble. Zhou Tong stepped forward and directly walked in. Along the way, he heard the sound of tsunamis. Below the eye of the sea was a huge world. It was as if the surface of a planet was sealed below. There were seals in many places underground, but to Zhou Tong, it was as if they didn't exist. Before long, Zhou Tong heard the chanting of sutras. There was a large ship in front of him, and there were Buddhist chants coming from it. This was the seal that Shakyamuni had set up here back then. However, thousands of years had passed, and the seal had long since dissipated. After passing through the ancient ship, he finally entered the underground world. In front of him was a pitch-black ocean. It was vast and boundless. However, the seawater here was lifeless, devoid of life. There were no fish or demons in the sea. It was completely silent. Zhou Tong pointed with his finger and directly opened up a passage that cut off the deathly still seawater and led straight to the bottom of the sea. As he descended, Zhou Tong felt that he had flown as far as a star field. Finally, he passed through the bottom of the water layer and arrived at the bottom. This was an empty space at the bottom of the sea. The pitch-black seawater shrouded the sky and didn't fall down. On the ground, there were large amounts of skeletons that stretched as far as the eye could see. It made one's scalp tingle. A world mausoleum, using a world as a mausoleum. How extravagant! Zhou Tong's eyes turned as if he was tracing the river of time back to the past. Scenes flashed through his eyes. It was the era when this mausoleum was formed. So, it's the era of the sovereign, the tomb of the celestial court. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. No wonder the immortal emperor chose this place to transform. The immortal emperor was also a member of the celestial court back then. Zhou Tong walked forward. There were countless weapons and skeletons in this world mausoleum. Among them, there were countless pseudo-emperor weapons. Unfortunately, all of the weapons had lost their spirit chi and had completely decayed in the passage of time. The seals have all been opened not long ago. At most, it can't be more than 100 years ago. It must be the work of the immortal emperor. The more he walked, the more Zhou Tong believed that the immortal emperor was here, because along the way he had seen countless seals, but all of them had been opened. Moreover, all of the seals had been opened not long ago, in a range of 100 to 200 years. Soon, Zhou Tong arrived at the deepest part of this battlefield. It was an incomparably grand palace, and in this palace there were many corpses. In particular, many of the corpses were flesh and blood. They were no longer skeletons. It was obvious that they had all died in the past 100 years. In particular, 3 of the corpses were the most special. One was a divine tiger. Zhou Tong recognized that it was a mount that pulled the carriage for the longevity celestial lord. During the immortal ascension road, it followed the longevity celestial lord into the immortal ascension road and finally died here. The other corpse was a pseudo-emperor battle slave of the underworld. He was sent out by the underworld to carry out a mission, but in the end he died here. The last corpse was also a quasi-emperor. The time of his death was also very close to the time when the immortal ascension road opened. These 3 corpses all had a common characteristic. They had lost their blood essence, and the remaining corpses had already decayed and lost their spiritual chi. The immortal emperor is right in front. Zhou Tong was also a little nervous at this moment. After all, this was a big shot that was far more powerful than him. If he really faced the immortal emperor head-on, he was just a piece of cake. He looked at the sacred sun emperor's formation diagram in his body and his heart calmed down. Although this formation diagram could not be used, it would not be a problem to awaken the sacred sun emperor. Moreover, the sacred sun emperor who was at the peak of his blood and chi could definitely temporarily block the immortal emperor. Moreover, the sacred sun emperor and the immortal emperor could be said to be mortal enemies. Once the sacred sun emperor woke up and saw the immortal emperor, he would definitely attack ruthlessly. Zhou Tong steadied himself and waved his hand, cutting open the fog in front of him. Immediately, he saw the flesh and blood of several corpses. From the aura, they belonged to different people. As expected, they're the few supreme beings who died on the immortal ascension road. Zhou Tong sighed softly in his heart. However, Zhou Tong waved his hand and a brilliant divine light bloomed, completely blowing away all the fog in this palace, revealing all the truth here. There was a blood-red ball of flesh in the sky above this palace. It was like a terrifying cocoon that was about to be pulled into another void and disappear from here at any time. And behind that door, There was a large bell that emitted chaotic chi and erupted with a terrifying suction force. This was the weapon of Emperor Wushi, the Bell of No Beginning. It was the Bell of No Beginning that wanted to pull this blood-red ball of flesh into another world. Now, the big bell and the ball of flesh were in a stalemate, and this state had been maintained for a long time. The most terrifying thing was that this ball of flesh had an extremely terrifying demonic power. As long as cultivators who had not reached the quasi-emperor realm saw this ball of flesh, they would have the urge to sacrifice themselves to it. If it was not for the suppression of the Bell of No Beginning, this demonic power would probably affect quasi-emperors. Chapter 591. Fortunately, the immortal emperor has already undergone nirvana. Seeing this meatball, Zhou Tong finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was a meatball, he had a way to send it away. He was afraid that after entering, he would see a human-shaped immortal emperor sitting there. After all, he came here hundreds of years earlier than in the original work. If we fight here, it will most likely affect Earth not far away. Zhou Tong suppressed his desire to make a move. Then, he silently activated the non-beginning art in the non-beginning scripture. Suddenly, dang, a melodious bell sound rang out. The ground in the deepest part of the burial ground cracked open. In the deepest part of the Earth's core, there was a large amount of brilliant runes that interweaved into an immortal bell. It flickered with all kinds of great Tao runes and divine light. Back then, the immortal emperor had once obtained the immortal bell and studied the Tao runes of this bell. He copied all of the Tao runes of the immortal bell, thus forming this immortal bell. Later on, the immortal emperor came. The immortal emperor wanted to blow up the immortal bell's Tao runes and destroy the non-beginning. Unfortunately, the moment the immortal bell's Tao runes exploded, it was frozen by the non-beginning art and returned to its original state. This was the immortal bell's Tao runes in front of him. This was actually a super killing weapon, because as long as the balance was slightly broken, it could cause the immortal bell's Tao runes to explode. Once the immortal bell's Tao runes exploded, it would probably be able to kill a supreme being. I finally see it, the immortal bell. Zhou Tong looked at the immortal bell in front of him and was overjoyed. Although it was only an immortal bell condensed from runes, it was already enough for Zhou Tong. The so-called immortal bell was actually the Tao tool of the No-End Immortal King during the Immortal Ancient Era. In the Immortal Ancient War, the No-End Immortal King fell, and his Tao tool was also destroyed. It fell from the Immortal King tool to the level of an immortal tool and became the immortal bell. The immortal emperor actually miscalculated. Seeing this immortal bell, Zhou Tong also shook his head. He also knew why the immortal emperor lost. This was because the runes on the bell displayed No-End Immortal King's No-End Tao. Since No-Beginning Immortal Emperor was the reincarnation of No-End, his No-Beginning Tao perfectly matched the No-End Tao. The Immortal Sky Emperor copied the immortal bell's runes and placed it in front of No-Beginning. Wasn't this courting death? No-Beginning, who had never seen the law of no-end before, immediately obtained the law of no-end from the immortal emperor. Emperor Wushi was able to fight against the immortal Sky Emperor for 2,000 years when he was about to die. The Tao of no-end must have played a huge role. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in front of the immortal bell imprinted with the runes of laws. Immortal light bloomed from his glabella, and the bell vibrated. The brand new great Tao of laws of Emperor Wushi and the immortal emperor began to imprint. These brand new great Tao of laws also allowed Zhou Tong to see the changes and evolution of Emperor Wushi's great Tao. There were already some changes in the immortal Emperor Wushi's great Tao of laws. There was a change in the opposite direction. When No Beginning was fighting against the immortal emperor, it had already started to move from pure no beginning to no end. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the immortal bell in front of him again. Although it was only formed by divine chains of order and runes of laws, it had also seized the creation of heaven and earth. It contained the most terrifying mysteries of heaven and earth. It It was extraordinary. After looking at it for a long time, Zhou Tong's bell finally floated out from his glabella. Then, it rapidly enlarged and began to slowly absorb the runes of laws of the immortal bell in front of him. The runes sank into the bell wall. Zhou Tong's movements were very careful, afraid that he would trigger the killing intent left behind by the immortal emperor and no beginning immortal emperor. These patterns and Tao patterns even surpassed those of monarch weapons. Back then, venerable sovereigns had even attacked Kunlun for this bell. Zhou Tong kept these runes in the bell and comprehended them bit by bit. Now that his realm was firmly at the 9th level, he could even be considered half a step into the Tao. He was already qualified to comprehend such runes. Whether it was the immortal emperor's no-beginning art that froze the bell or the runes of the immortal bell that the immortal emperor outlined, they were all disintegrating bit by bit and fusing into the bell under Zhou Tong's comprehension. As countless immortal bell runes fused into it, the bell's aura became more and more terrifying. Its might was endless, and the aura that suppressed time became stronger. Zhou Tong didn't think about the immortal emperor for a short period of time. Instead, he sat there quietly and comprehended the laws of the immortal bell on the bell wall. This was an extremely shocking Taoan law, especially when combined with the no-beginning art of the immortal Emperor Wushi Sutra. It was even more shocking and could give people endless enlightenment. He sat there cross-legged for 3 years, constantly comprehending the laws of the immortal bell. He became more and more calm, and the light in his eyes became deeper and deeper, making people feel that he was unfathomable. It's about time. If I want to comprehend a deeper level of profound meaning, I need to break through my realm. Zhou Tong stood up and looked at the meatball that belonged to the immortal emperor not far away. He didn't directly make a move, but quickly flew out of Mars. He looked at Earth not far away, and then plucked a star that was about the size of Mars from the depths of the starry sky, directly refining it to replace Mars' position. Then, he casually grabbed Mars in his hand. He took a step forward, and the starry sky immediately flowed in reverse, as if time was flowing in reverse. In an instant, he arrived at a desolate star field at the edge of the universe. It's almost safe here. I can solve the problem of the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and once again entered the eye of the Sea of Mars. He once again arrived in front of the meatball formed by the immortal emperor's nirvana. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Tong made his move. The primordial spirit of the divine striking stone, the horn of the heavenly horned ant, the hair of the 9-leaf sword grass, the body of the true dragon, the wings of the immortal phoenix, the wings of the Koan Peng, the wings of the thunder emperor, the claws of the mole mantis, the feet of the Qilin, and the tail of the 9 netherworld python appeared at the same time. Zhou Tong's tyrant body appeared extremely quickly. This was the great benefit of fusing 10 great divine forms to form a single divine form. The other tyrant body's ancestral bodies needed to be fused one part at a time, but Zhou Tong didn't need to. With a single thought, he could instantly manifest it. As soon as this body appeared, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and the sky collapsed. Buzz! However, the immortal emperor wasn't bad either. Although he was in the midst of transformation and was in the most dangerous state, he still had a trace of instinct that was enough to contend against ordinary great emperors. After sensing Zhou Tong's terrifying aura that covered the sky and earth, the meatball also began to shake. 5-colored immortal light blossomed from the meatball, resisting the terrifying pressure of Zhou Tong's tyrant body. I was just about to test the power of the immortal emperor. Fight! Zhou Tong's 3 forbidden secret skills were used at the same time, forcefully resisting the immortal emperor's 5-colored immortal light. In an instant, the great Tao of heaven and earth shook, and the chaotic light and immortal qi completely enveloped the meatball formed by Zhou Tong and the immortal emperor. Chapter 592. Boom! The collision between Zhou Tong and the 5-colored immortal light produced a vast power that shook the world. The entire Mars seemed to have turned into a small boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. Dong! At that moment, the sound of a bell shook the eternal starry sky. The bell of no beginning had awakened. The mouth of the bell was shining, and the chaos was surging. It wanted to take away the meatball that the immortal emperor had transformed into and pull him into another world. At the same time, the meatball had further awakened. A brilliant five-colored immortal light burst out from inside and illuminated the universe. Its aura was shocking and terrifying. It resisted the power of the bell of no beginning and Zhou Tong at the same time. For a moment, the divine power here boiled and the void was cut by endless terrifying laws. It was too terrifying and intimidating. Some of the experts in the universe seemed to have sensed it and were shocked. The terrifying aura frightened the souls of people. All the cultivators who sensed it had the urge to surrender. It was simply unstoppable. What's going on? A conflict of Emperor Dao laws? Is there another Emperor battle? On the Big Dipper, Guide Juyo looked at the wasteland of the universe in shock. He clearly sensed an extremely terrifying power. That aura. Is it Tyrant Body, Zhou Tong? His aura seems to be one step closer. On Huasong Star, a golden figure was somewhat unwilling and angry. Damn it! So many Emperor Dao laws still can't lock him down? Did he break through? In the universe, in the huge phoenix nest, the immortal empress suddenly opened her eyes and revealed a hint of surprise. The emperor's aura has appeared. Is the emperor going to be born again? On the Mars ancient planet, Zhou Tong displayed the Tyrant Body. The power of extreme yang exploded heaven and earth. There was a powerful fighting spirit burning in his body like a raging fire. His attacks were also getting more and more terrifying. Every strike caused the great Tao to wail. This was a peerless and overbearing power. The Tyrant Body, the furnace of fighting spirit, and the immortal warrior art combined together, causing Zhou Tong's combat power to continuously increase. His body bloomed with light, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Clang! As if the undying heavenly sword was unsheathed, 5 extremely terrifying immortal lights suddenly flew out of the meatball. Each of them was like a sword. Upon closer inspection, it was actually 5 five-colored phoenix feathers. They looked demonic and brilliant, dazzling and terrifying. Each feather had extremely terrifying power that was not inferior to ordinary Emperor weapons. They blocked all of Zhou Tong's attacks. Even though Zhou Tong had experienced the dark turmoil and fought with many supremes, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Even if the immortal emperor was in a state of deep sleep, even if he only relied on his instincts, he could still display such terrifying power. Such an undying sky emperor, even if he only split a portion of his consciousness to control the undying heavenly blade, would probably be a huge threat to him. This battle was the right one. However, the stronger the undying Sky Emperor was, the more Zhou Tong's fighting spirit would be stimulated. With a battle roar, Zhou Tong's body suddenly shook, and the battle intent contained in the furnace of fighting intent rose to a higher level. At this moment, his 4 limbs seemed to be the 4 poles of heaven and earth, suppressing heaven and earth. He waved his arms as if he was splitting heaven and earth. He swept his arms across, breaking through the 5 feathers and heavily hitting the meatball. Buzz! The meatball trembled after being hit by Zhou Tong's attack. It was as if there were waves sweeping out from the meatball, neutralizing the power of Zhou Tong's attack. Although it blocked Zhou Tong's attack, the meatball had already moved a step closer to the bell of no beginning. It was about to be swallowed by the bell of no beginning. Clang! The bell of no beginning rang again. It also felt that someone in the other world was helping it. It further unleashed its power and released a terrifying aura. At this moment, a shadow appeared on the bell of no beginning. A terrifying aura swept over. It was a figure with his back facing all living beings. Just by sitting there cross-legged, he had an indescribable domineering aura. His figure was majestic, as if he was a lonely traveler walking alone on the great Tao. There was an indescribable loneliness. This was Emperor No Beginning, the god of No Beginning Bell. With the further awakening of the bell of no beginning, the god gradually released his divine power. At this moment, it was as if the true body of Emperor No Beginning was about to appear and work together with Zhou Tong to take away the meatball formed by the immortal emperor. Clang, clang, clang. However, how could the meatball formed by the immortal emperor be willing to be taken away? The five-colored immortal light soared, and the power of the five-colored feathers also soared. Like five heavenly blades, they slashed down at Zhou Tong. Just a trace of the aftershock passed through the restriction of the world mausoleum and spread to the outside world. It caused the originally lonely star field to be silently annihilated. The world collapsed. It's not the true body. How dare you be so arrogant with five feathers? Zhou Tong's blood-chi soared. A ray of red light rushed out from the top of his head and covered the sky. After more than 100 years of bitter cultivation, his body was already flawless. His entire body was filled with the supreme, true blood of the heavens. At the same time, he used the Gue clan's treasured skill to evolve the supreme, space-time profundity. Buzz! With an earth-shattering sound, the five feathers seemed to have fallen into a space-time swamp. The immortal light gradually dimmed, and the slash also slowed down. In the end, the five-colored feathers were completely imprisoned in the void by Zhou Tong. Although they clanged and intertwined with the laws, they could not break through the space-time swamp that Zhou Tong had created with the Gue clan's treasured skill. Without a doubt, Zhou Tong had taken a fancy to the five feathers. They could definitely refine 5 Emperor-level divine swords. Zhou Tong was prepared to use them to refine some forbidden weapons or divine weapons. Just get in there. After imprisoning the 5 feathers, Zhou Tong released a low shout. The heavenly horned ant's horn between his brows suddenly shone. A wave of terrifying power poured into Zhou Tong's entire body. His right hand rested on the meatball. That terrifying divine force made even the void distort. He forcefully pushed. At the same time, dang, another bell sound rang out. The void image on the without beginning bell became even clearer. Only now did the without beginning bell display its might. The bell mouth continuously expanded. Together with Zhou Tong's push, it directly swallowed the undying emperor's rebirth into the meatball. Hanlong. Following the primal chaos mist, a wave of extremely terrifying aura rushed into the heavens, as if tearing apart an expanse of the void. The without beginning bell directly brought the undying emperor's rebirth meatball into another world. That world, a strange world, Zhou Tong's eyes swirled with light. He could clearly see that the divine might erupted from the without beginning bell directly pierced through this world and entered another world. Without beginning heavenly emperor's skills are profound. Even his bell can easily break into that world while suppressing the undying emperor's meatball. Zhou Tong withdrew the tyrant body, ancestral body, and sighed inwardly. However, the undying emperor's true body is no longer in this world. This is a good thing. At that time, even if the undying heavenly blade takes action, I won't be afraid. Zhou Tong thought to himself, if the undying heavenly blade took action, it would only be an ordinary great emperor-level opponent. With his strength and trump cards, he could still deal with it. However, if the undying emperor was in this world, even if he was in rebirth, he only needed to divert a bit of his power to control the heavenly blade. Zhou Tong might have to face the strength of a second or third era great emperor. This was a bit beyond the limit of what Zhou Tong could deal with right now. Then, he looked at the 5 feathers on the side and smiled. These were the feathers of a phoenix, as well as the spoils of war of this battle. Chapter 593. I wonder where the undying emperor's skin went. Even Prince Tian didn't get this piece of skin back then. Zhou Tong was also a little curious. He had raided Prince Tian's lair, but he didn't get this piece of skin. The faction that obtained the undying emperor's skin must have secretly hidden it, not letting Prince Tian know. But who cares? With my current strength, I can easily find out which race took away the skin of the immortal emperor and ask him for it directly. Zhou Tong was unscrupulous in his actions, especially after dealing with the invisible threat of the undying emperor. He was even more afraid of nothing. He directly descended on Big Dipper and found the person involved in this matter, which was the old mansion master of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Zhou Tong, I didn't expect you to appear again after more than 100 years. The old mansion master of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was a little surprised. It's rumored that you've completely lost your Emperor's Road. Is this true? It's fake. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at him. I'm not here to talk to you about this. I have something to ask you. When the undying Emperor's skin appeared, which clan took it away in the end? Zhou Tong asked directly. That piece of skin? I remember that after many negotiations with the royal family, it was enshrined in the highest ancestral temple. The old mansion master recalled and said, that ancestral temple is not simple. It's located in the primordium ancient mine. Although it's not the core, it's not considered the edge either. It's fine. Just tell me the location, Zhou Tong said. Those ordinary members of the royal family can enter, and so can I. Even if I enter the true core of the ancient mine, those cowards won't dare to attack me. Domineering, the old mansion master directly reported a location. After getting the location, Zhou Tong bid farewell to the old mansion master and directly entered the primordium ancient mine. He didn't enter the core location. Instead, he came to a temple. This was a magnificent temple that had existed for a long time and looked very old. This was the supreme temple of the ancient clan. It might even have been built during the undying emperor's time. When the door was opened, a supreme imperial aura was transmitted out. The interior of the temple was not dark, but a five-colored halo was flowing. There was a block of ice at the top of the temple, and there seemed to be a humanoid creature sealed inside. This kind of ice was very special. It was not cold, and there was a five-colored halo flowing within it. It also emitted an extremely astonishing vitality. Inside the ice was a piece of human skin. This person had long purple hair. His skin was tough and sturdy, flowing with dazzling precious light. Only there was a crack on his back, and everything inside was peeled off. The human skin was stained with some blood. This blood was very dreamy. It was divided into 5 colors and shone brilliantly. The human skin left behind after the undying emperor's transformation. It's a good material. It should be used to refine an array diagram for me. Zhou Tong strode forward and took away the piece of ice. Regardless of whether Zhou Tong entered or left the origin ancient mine, he did not make a big fuss. Naturally, he did not alert the sovereigns of the forbidden zones. After he left with some things, he returned to the divine territory. He walked directly into the secret room for seclusion. Zhou Tong broke the ice that contained the undying emperor's human skin and put away the blood on the human skin. Then, he activated the Tao fire and burned it continuously. Chi! 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 The human skin changed at a speed visible to the naked eye in Zhou Tong's Tao fire. First, he erased the aura and imprint that belonged to the undying emperor on the human skin. Then, Zhou Tong pulled out the long purple hair. Finally, the human skin gradually changed and turned into a square leather scroll. Chi! He then refined all the purple hair and engraved the mysteries of the origin heaven divine formation on them. Then, he intertwined them into the most original origin heaven divine formation runes and directly imprinted them on the square leather scroll. Then, Zhou Tong used his own heavenly true blood to engrave the improved tyrant body lineage's grand formation. This was the tyrant body lineage's legacy formation runes, which have been constantly perfected and created by generations of heavenly tyrant bodies. In particular, the few tyrant bodies who had obtained the incomplete group secret character had made important contributions to the perfection of this formation. Zhou Tong was proficient in the Tao of formations. He used his Tao cultivation to deduce the formation runes again, making it not inferior to the true Great Emperor's formation runes at all. The origin heaven divine formation runes and the tyrant body divine formation runes covered the human skin. Then, Zhou Tong repeatedly engraved countless group secret character runes to communicate with the origin heaven divine formation runes and the tyrant body divine formation runes. He spent 3 years repeatedly tempering it. For a time, the murderous aura in his seclusion room soared into the sky. It was overbearing and carried a terrifying aura, as if it was going to destroy the world. Cheat. In the end, a formation diagram flew out, flowing with wisps of chaotic mist. As the formation diagram rotated, it seemed to reverse the universe and reverse yin and yang, as if it was evolving into a world. Among them, there was a faint shadow circulating on the array diagram. This array formation had already formed the most basic array spirit. This formation is considered a defensive formation. It may be able to barely block a few supreme beings. Next, these 5 feathers. Zhou Tong then took out the 5 feathers of the Undying Emperor. The 5-colored immortal phoenix feather. Although it's not the only true feather of the Undying Emperor, it's still priceless. It's just right to refine a brand new formation. Maybe it could surprise those supreme beings. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and finally decided to refine a set of immortal Dao formation with this material. The highest immortal Dao formation in Zhou Tong's hands was precisely the 3rd killing formation he obtained from Chao Yuxing. Of course, this was also because Zhou Tong had too many secret methods, to the point where he didn't feel like spending time specifically searching for them. Otherwise, if he carefully examined every stalk of undying divine medicine with the reincarnation mirror, he might even be able to see immortal ancient era's number 1 killing formation. It needs to be matched with a few other immortal materials. A bit of chaotic earth is enough. While Zhou Tong was refining the 5 feathers, he also melted the chaotic earth bit by bit, carving the 3rd killing formation's formation patterns bit by bit, slowly refining them inside. In that instant, primal chaos surged. Zhou Tong seemed to be opening a new world. In the end, following Kengqiang noises, these 5 immortal phoenix feather that originally released 5-colored immortal phoenix feather all became divine swords that released chaotic colors. The divine swords were swift and fierce, their edges taking in and sending out extremely terrifying chaotic sword radiance, making one's heart tremble. Using these 5 divine swords at the same time will immediately evolve the 3rd killing formation. Although the killing formation is not complete, it can be considered my limit now. Zhou Tong shook his head slightly, very satisfied with this set of killing weapons. 2 sets of great Emperor-level formation patterns. I wonder how many Supremes will be drawn out when I undergo tribulation. Zhou Tong looked at the sky, very satisfied. But there's no rush. I still have a backup plan. Zhou Tong took out an item from his 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring. It was a 1-meter-tall, giant bird egg, also something Zhou Tong had been raising in his 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring, the Blood Phoenix Egg. Back then, after Zhou Tong's phoenix spirit body fused with the immortal fire and crimson phoenix blood's profound mysteries, it directly underwent nirvana and became a blood phoenix egg. After that, Zhou Tong sprinkled the essence blood of the Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient emperor on it, further accelerating the formation of this egg. After that, this egg had been nurtured in Zhou Tong's 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring for a few hundred years. Moreover, Zhou Tong had also passed down the great Tao of the immortal Sky Emperor and the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain, as well as the immortal Phoenix treasured technique to him. With the immortal fire, crimson phoenix blood, and the profound mysteries of the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain, you have already gathered the great Tao of the Phoenix and the Blood Phoenix. If there's really no other way, I can only rely on you. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then placed this Blood Phoenix egg in the divine realm, just in case. I'll give you a tool, just in case. Zhou Tong took out a large piece of crimson phoenix blood and refined it into a cauldron. This cauldron was a full 3 feet tall, as red as blood, exquisite and beautiful, with a lustrous luster in the bright red. There were 9 phoenixes imprinted on it, and with a gentle activation, the cries of the phoenixes shook the sky. However, Zhou Tong did not imprint the Tao patterns on this cauldron, only activating the profound mysteries of the crimson phoenix blood. imitating the immortal artifact of the immortal ancient era, the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. You can also call it the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Zhou Tong placed this cauldron beside the Blood Phoenix egg. If the Blood Phoenix was born, this cauldron would be its Tao confirming artifact. I've already made all the necessary preparations. Next, it's time to transcend the tribulation. Then, Zhou Tong took a step and arrived at the desolate region of the universe. He was already preparing to transcend the tribulation. Chapter 594. When everything was ready, Zhou Tong came to a desolate area of the universe. It's about time. This is the place. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then casually tossed the formation map that he had refined with the skin of the immortal emperor completely melted into the void. Silently, it completely isolated the nearby dozen star regions. With this formation, no one should be able to detect the 7th or 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and then operated the sutra. In an instant, countless runes and Tao patterns appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Then, the Stone Emperor, the master of samsara, the sovereign of light and darkness, the sovereign of heaven abandoning, the lord of divine ruins, and the Qing Emperor appear at the same time. They turned into 6 divine chains of order and tied Zhou Tong up tightly. However, Zhou Tong's body only shook slightly. Suddenly, with a clang, the 6 supreme-level sovereign Tao nomological laws shattered. The chain-like divine chains of order shattered inch by inch and disappeared in an instant. As the 6 supreme-level sovereign Tao nomological laws shattered, Zhou Tong's aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to a new level. At the same time, boom! In an instant, divine lightning destroyed the world. The dozens of star regions that were covered by the formation were drowned in vast lightning. There were no stars in sight. They had all been shattered by the lightning. Zhou Tong's 7th level of heavenly tribulation was unimaginably powerful. Even the 8th level of heavenly tribulation of an ordinary quasi-emperor was not inferior. Fortunately, Zhou Tong's heavenly tribulation was in a large desolate star region. Otherwise, the prelude of the heavenly tribulation would be enough to destroy the world. At this moment, lightning interweaved in the dozens of star regions. Each bolt was like a galaxy. The lightning was peerless and terrifying. It streaked across the cold and dark universe. It was so powerful that it was shocking. Such a terrifying sea of lightning spanned across dozens of star regions. It could be said that it had surpassed the principles of the world. However, in the end, all the fluctuations were blocked by the arrayed diagram that Zhou Tong had refined, and the outside world did not notice it all. Even if there were cultivators passing by the formation map, they would only feel that there seemed to be a great saint-level heavenly tribulation over there. They would never realize that it was Zhou Tong's 7th heaven quasi-emperor tribulation. The thunderstorm was like a sea. Zhou Tong sat in the middle of the sea of thunder leisurely, circulating the Thunder Emperor art and absorbing the power of thunder. In fact, Zhou Tong had already reached the 9th heavenly layer. He was only one step away from achieving the Tao. The lightning tribulation of the 7th heavenly layer quasi-emperor could no longer hurt him. It was just a gift for him. After an unknown period of time, the lightning tribulation gradually weakened. The lightning tribulation of a 7th heaven quasi-emperor was finally about to end. However, at this moment, boom! Boundless divine light transformed into an extremely terrifying sea of lightning, descending once again. This was the heavenly tribulation of an 8th heaven quasi-emperor. The dull sound was like a war chariot of the heavens rolling over the battlefield, rumbling and shaking. Boundless lightning descended once again, and this time, the lightning that descended was even more terrifying. The first one was 81 layers of purple heaven divine lightning. That was the light of the great Tao, the light of calamity from the heavens. It transformed into boundless purple clouds, pressing down. It was supreme and unparalleled. If an ordinary 8th heaven quasi-emperor was to face such a lightning tribulation, Their entire body would probably shrink and be unable to move. However, Zhou still did not move at all. He sat quietly in the sea of thunder, opening his mouth to absorb the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the array diagram continued to display its might, and more than half of the fluctuations of Zhou lightning tribulation were blocked. The people outside would only think that an ordinary great sage was advancing to a quasi-emperor. Such fluctuations dissipated after passing through a star domain. The primes far away in the Big Dipper naturally did not know about Zhou condition. Boom! The heavenly tribulation became even more violent. The lightning destroyed the world, and dozens of star domains were completely in a state of collapse. It was as if this place had become the source of the universe's destruction. Everything was about to be annihilated. Everything was about to be destroyed. The vastness of the Sea of Thunder was beyond everyone's imagination. If it was not for the array diagram, the primes who were in the deepest slumber in the Big Dipper Forbidden Area might have been awakened. Clang! Zhou also took out his bell. Chaos chi and black and yellow chi swirled around, and nine-colored immortal light shot into the sky. The bell waves rippled, and in an instant, the lightning tribulation of more than a dozen star domains was shattered, and then it was swallowed up. This scene was really too earth-shattering. If someone saw it here, they would definitely be scared silly. This was an extremely terrifying power. The bell waves only shook slightly, and the vast Sea of Thunder was shattered. A wisp of bell waves could suppress the universe. This was a terrifying technique that only a peerless primes could possess. It surpassed the understanding and cognition of the world. Even the primes of the Forbidden Area would change their expressions when they saw it, because this technique could already threaten them. Boom! However, the 8th level of heavenly tribulation was not that simple. This was only the beginning. Soon, even more violent and powerful lightning poured down in torrents. Dozens of types of lightning punishment swarmed down. This kind of lightning tribulation made the universe wail. The Sea of Thunder swept through the starry sky, and there was lightning everywhere. Every inch of the void was interwoven with the most terrifying lightning. All of these were traces of the universe's most fundamental laws. It was like the creation of heaven and earth. The aura of absolute beginning surged here, and the divine power of annihilation was vast and mighty. However, no matter how powerful the lightning tribulation was, Zhou still sat cross-legged in the Sea of Thunder quietly, breathing in and out. The Overlord Bell awakened, swallowing the lightning tribulation in all directions, and imprinting the Tao patterns of the lightning tribulation on the bell walls. Zhou was very clear that his array diagram could block the fluctuations of the 8th level of heavenly tribulation, but it definitely could not block the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. The 9th level of heavenly tribulation was the true test, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity to reach his peak condition as soon as possible. The lightning tribulation was the best nourishment. In the Big Dipper Forbidden Area, a supreme being seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. I feel that there seems to be an additional oppressive aura in the wasteland of the universe. Is someone going through the tribulation behind our backs? Now that you mention it, I feel it too. Maybe someone is really going through the tribulation behind our backs. Another supreme being's cold voice sounded. It doesn't matter if he's hiding it from us. We'll know once we check it out. I hope it's not that tyrant body. The third supreme being's voice sounded. Yes, no matter who it is, as long as it's not that tyrant body. The fourth gloomy voice sounded. That tyrant body is a little strange. A 6th heaven quasi-emperor has such terrifying power. Once he goes through the 7th level of heavenly tribulation, we'll be in big trouble. That tyrant body is really an anomaly. Logically speaking, he should be bound by the imperial laws of the supreme being, and it should be impossible for him to break through. However, I feel uneasy as long as he doesn't die. Maybe he really can break through. The last supreme being's voice echoed in many forbidden areas. This statement received the agreement of countless supreme beings. Suddenly, a supreme being sent his divine sense toward the wasteland of the universe. Boom! However, before these supreme beings' divine sense could reach out to the Big Dipper, the universe suddenly shook as if a vast immortal world had descended into the world. The aura of the ninth level of heavenly tribulation covered the sky and earth. Jotong's aura could no longer be blocked. What? The ninth level of heavenly tribulation. It's that tyrant body. All the supreme beings of the forbidden areas were shocked. They were just discussing whether Jotong could go through the seventh level of heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he was going through the ninth level of heavenly tribulation. Chapter 595. Damn it, how could it be him? In the Forbidden Zone, there was an exasperated voice of a supreme being. Triggering the ninth heavenly tribulation proved that he had cultivated to the ninth heavenly layer. When he was at the sixth heavenly layer, he could rely on his own strength to kill a quasi-emperor of the ninth heavenly layer. What about his current combat strength? That's an array diagram. He specially refined an array diagram to isolate the fluctuations produced by the heavenly tribulation. A supreme being noticed the terrifying array diagram that Jotong had arranged between the dozens of star fields, and his face was a little ugly. They were actually deceived by such an array diagram. It was simply a disgrace. There were also some supreme beings whose faces were a little ugly because they saw very clearly that the array diagram had given birth to an array spirit. Such an array diagram was definitely not something that could be broken by a blow from a distance. They probably needed to come out in person. In fact, being able to refine such an array diagram already explained a lot of problems. That was that Jotong's cultivation in array Tao had already surpassed some of the weaker supreme beings. When he refined this array diagram, he definitely hadn't transcended the tribulation yet, but he had such a cultivation in array Tao. It was a little too terrifying. No, we can't let him transcend the heavenly tribulation. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone almost went crazy. How could they tolerate such an existence that was above them living in this world? Boom! At the edge of the universe, the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty. This was the most original power of the universe vibrating, as if it was splitting heaven and earth. The entire universe could feel it. This kind of vibration was no longer something that a mere array diagram could withstand. At this moment, everyone in the universe looked at the edge of the universe in shock, especially those geniuses who had the potential to prove their Tao. They couldn't help but gasp. They thought that Jotong had been completely crippled after experiencing the dark turmoil after the Supreme Being battle. At the very least, he had lost the possibility of improvement. However, no one expected that he was secretly transcending the ninth heavenly tribulation. He had deceived everyone. On the tyrant body's ancestral planet, countless people cheered. Finally, another great success tyrant body was about to appear in the world. Moreover, it was very likely to be the strongest great success tyrant body since ancient times. Boom! The heavenly tribulation of the ninth heaven was completely different from the seventh and eighth heaven. It was simply an apocalyptic calamity. Lightning swept through everything, shattering the universe. However, Jotong still wasn't moved in the slightest, and he still sat cross-legged on the spot, while ceaselessly absorbing the energy of the heavenly tribulation and transforming it into fortune to strengthen himself. This scene caused countless people to fall into despair. Not even this type of heavenly tribulation could do anything to him. It was just too terrifying. The restricted region's supreme beings all revealed looks of disbelief. When they faced the 9 stages of heavenly tribulation all those years ago, they didn't even dare to face it with such an attitude. This was simply treating the heavenly tribulation as nothing. It was too terrifying. Boom! However, at this moment, an ancient diagram soared through the air, breaking apart Jotong's 9 levels of tribulation. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura erupted forth as a gigantic foot descended from the sky, directly stomping towards Jotong. That's the tribulation rune of a transcending tribulation Empyrean. It specifically targets the heavenly tribulation and can even make people avoid the emperor tribulation. It's the underworld. I didn't expect the underworld to make a move. Someone in the restricted region was surprised. The underworld also doesn't want such an invincible existence to appear in this era. Another Supreme sneered. The other Supreme beings thought for a moment and nodded. The underworld liked all kinds of powerful corpses the most. In this golden era, all kinds of geniuses were emerging in large numbers. It was the time for the underworld to flourish. How could they tolerate an invincible existence destroying their prosperous era? Someone from the underworld? I haven't gone to find you yet, but you came to find me first. Zhou Tong's expression was indifferent. Buzz. However, at this moment, countless hairs of various colors suddenly grew all over Zhou Tong's body, looking incomparably terrifying. This was the curse of the underworld, the curse of the Source Heaven Master. The tyrant body was different from the sacred body. This physique was not cursed by the underworld, but Zhou Tong cultivated the source art and was infected with the curse of the source art. This was also where the underworld's confidence came from. What can a mere Source Heaven Master's curse do to me? Zhou Tong's body flashed, and a crimson light bloomed from his body. This was the power of the true blood of the firmament. Wherever the crimson light passed, all the hairs instantly dissipated. Then, boom, the blood and sin all over the sky drifted away, and the supreme, tyrant ancestral body appeared. Zhou Tong activated the combat immortal's art and the furnace of fighting will, and a punch burst out. The terrible power directly blew up the foot in midair. As expected of the strongest tyrant body in history. It's really admirable that you have such combat strength when you're still resisting the 9-stage heavenly tribulation. However, you're cursed, and the underworld is your most important home. A person with long hair all over his body landed. Then, another radiant and incomparably holy person landed at the same time. The area where the two of them were was blocked by the tribulation divine runes, and the heavenly tribulation did not touch them. Original God and original ghost. Just the two of you are not enough. Zhou Tong looked at the two of them and shook his head. Although the heavenly tribulation still fell, all the tribulation light that fell on Zhou Tong's body seemed to be tamed. It drilled into his body and turned into nourishment, especially the Thunder Emperor wings, which were even more dazzling. Of course, they're not your match, but what if you add me? A voice came from the void, and the heavenly netherworld treasure, surrounded by immortal light, appeared not far away. Heavenly netherworld treasure? It seems that the 10,000 spirit true blood of the underworld has not been collected. You haven't successfully merged with the 10,000 spirit true blood. Zhou Tong said indifferently. You know, quite a lot. The heavenly netherworld treasure's voice was a little shocked, but it was followed by endless killing intent. It's still not enough. Zhou Tong was still not nervous at all. I can kill a level 9 when I'm at level 6, and now I can kill a real peak Great Emperor when I'm at level 9. You think that 2 monsters and an immortal weapon are my match? What if you add me? A pitch-black figure tore through the void and appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This person was wearing pitch-black armor, and even his head was covered. He emitted a monstrous aura of death. In his right hand was a heavenly halberd made of black dragon-patterned gold, and in his left hand was a black dragon-patterned gold shield. All-round equipment. If I'm wrong, you should be the prison suppression emperor of the underworld. Zhou Tong said, I didn't expect you to know so much about us. The pitch-black figure trembled slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared in his only exposed eye. It seems that the decision to deal with you is right. You've long regarded us as enemies. No wonder the heavenly netherworld treasure, which left for tens of thousands of years, flew back and found me again. Buzz. However, at this time, Zhou Tong's heavenly tribulation changed slightly. Strands of immortal chi were born in the void, and the people of the underworld were shocked. Level 9, Immortal Tribulation. You can indeed attract the strongest 9-level heavenly tribulation in the legends. The prison suppression emperor looked at Zhou Tong, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Even the tribulation rune created by the tribulation celestial sovereign can't withstand the 9-level heavenly tribulation. We must get rid of you before the heavenly tribulation forms. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Zhou Tong flapped his Kuan Peng wings, and the terrifying power of yin and yang melted the void and rushed toward the people in front of him. Chapter 596. Boom! The Kuan Peng's wings covered the sky, and the power of yin and yang flowed, shattering the sky. After reaching this realm, a casual strike from Zhou Tong was enough to cause the world to lose its color and the sun and moon to dim. Clang! The hell-suppressing emperor had no choice but to block Zhou Tong's attack with a heavenly halberd in his hand. With a loud clang, the hell-suppressing emperor's body trembled, and he was sent flying. Black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The original god and source ghost were shocked by this attack. They didn't expect the hell-suppressing emperor to be at a disadvantage at the first moment of the battle. One had to know that this was the hell-suppressing emperor after he had ascended. He wasn't in his normal state. Could this he-gemin body of the heavens, who had yet to pass the 9 heavenly tribulations, be comparable to an ancient emperor at his peak state? Is this the ancient emperor after his ascension? Too weak, Zhou Tong said softly. He seemed to be a little emotional. Then, the battle intent in his eyes exploded. An ancient emperor, 2 monsters comparable to the Emperor Dao, and a celestial artifact. Come at me together. Today, I'll destroy the underworld faction. Zhou Tong's voice was so domineering that the entire universe rumbled. Countless cultivators couldn't help but tremble. This was Zhou Tong's current confidence. After displaying the tyrant ancestral body and the 10 heavenly paradises divine ring, his battle prowess had reached the pinnacle. Even though he had yet to pass the 9 heavenly tribulations, his battle strength was already at the peak of the Blood Chi Great Emperor. Emperor Ruthless was still evolving. The immortal emperor and the boundless emperor had entered the crevice world, and the divine emperor was still evolving in the coffin. Now, in the vast universe, other than the sovereign who had never appeared, there was no one else in this world who could fight him. Right now, Zhou Tong already had an aura of looking down on the world like a supreme god overlooking the world. Kill the hell-suppressing emperor, the original god, the source ghost, and the heavenly nether treasure exploded with murderous intent at the same time. They had risked everything, and this battle was unavoidable. Clang! The hell-suppressing emperor's sky-piercing nether treasure appeared above his head. His sky spear shot out beams of light, all of which slashed toward Zhou Tong, shaking heaven and earth. At the same time, the heavenly connecting underworld treasure released millions and millions of strands of multicolored light, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was a pitch-black and sparkling precious wheel, the weapon of the underworld emperor in the past. All the light was focused on the hell-suppressing emperor's attack. The sound of prayers echoed in the void, as if there were creatures from several eras weeping and praying. Facing the attacks of the hell-suppression emperor and the sky-connecting dark treasure, Zhou Tong was still strong. He activated the celestial warrior art and punched out, colliding with the hell-suppression emperor's attack. Suddenly, the sky cracked. The hell-suppression emperor's arms trembled violently. Even the sky-connecting dark treasure above his head was shaking violently. However, Zhou Tong didn't have too much of an advantage. His arm also split open, and the true blood of the heavens flowed out. It was bright red and dazzling. As expected of a celestial artifact, its power is strong enough, Zhou Tong said, as if he didn't put the hell-suppression emperor in his eyes at all. He was only looking at the heavenly netherworld treasure. Kill! The origin ghost roared, sending out boundless sound waves. He took the opportunity to attack. His body was covered in blood-red hair, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. He was sinister and terrifying. Bell come! Zhou Tong shouted. Suddenly, with a boom, the sky-connecting bell, which had been floating in the sea of lightning, shot towards the origin ghost with 9-colored immortal light, dragging along myriad origin chi and primal chaos chi. This attack was incomparably fast, as if it had surpassed the limits of time and space. Poof! Blood splashed 30,000 feet. The origin ghost body was directly smashed into pieces by the bell. However, things weren't over yet. The origin ghost was like the hammer of a bell, sounding its own death knell. With a clang, the sky-connecting bell shook leisurely. Wherever the bell waves passed, the origin ghost's originally tattered body was shattered inch by inch. Even his primordial spirit was directly shattered into pieces. In an instant, a rain of blood poured down from the sky. This scene stunned everyone. Zhou Tong was simply unstoppable. With just one attack, he had completely destroyed an ancient emperor monster. It was too straightforward and domineering. Boom! At this time, the Kuan Peng wings and Thunder Emperor wings on Zhou Tong's back flapped slightly. His speed broke through to the limit, touching time. The flow of time and fragments of time swirled around him. The scene was incomparably shocking. His speed was too fast. Like an unfathomable stream of light, he appeared in front of the origin ghost. Not good. The origin ghost instinctively counterattacked. Slowly, Zhou Tong opened his palm. Fragments of time swirled around his fingertips. The claw of a nightmare race was unparalleled in the world. It could sever time and sever space. It was just a simple grab. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. A large piece of space was caught in his palm. The origin ghost felt like a bug in amber. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape this grasp. Poof! With a soft sound, Zhou Tong closed his palm. Like crushing a bug, he completely crushed the origin ghost and the space he was in. Only you guys are left. After instantly killing the origin ghost and the origin god, who didn't have an imperial weapon or an immortal weapon, and who weren't even considered to have reached the orthodox Dao realm, Zhou Tong set his sights on the hell-suppressing emperor and the heavenly nether treasure. My battle intent has almost reached its boiling point. After the previous warm-up, the furnace of battle intent had reached its peak. It could allow him to unleash 10 times the attack power in each of his attacks. Fight! A battle cry shattered the void. Zhou Tong's palm slammed towards the hell-suppressing emperor and the heavenly nether treasure. The hell-suppressing emperor's expression slightly changed. He went all out. He burned his essence blood. Immediately, a world-splitting aura appeared. The universe was about to be reborn. Today, the hell-suppressing emperor had no way out. He had poured all of his essence, energy, and spirit into 1 or 2 attacks. He was ready to decide the winner in an instant. Boom! 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 3 voices resounded throughout the universe, as if they were splitting the sky and earth apart. Zhou Tong and the prison suppression emperor clashed 3 times in a row. Black and crimson blood splattered all over the starry sky. Countless sovereign Dao laws intertwined, and the heavenly connecting underworld treasure bloomed with brilliant immortal light. When the light dissipated, the hell-suppressing emperor's forehead was completely pierced by a thunderbolt. He had fallen. Zhou Tong was also in a miserable state. His chest and abdomen were pierced by the hell-suppressing emperor's heavenly spear. In the end, I won. Now, the underworld's name has been erased. Zhou Tong said softly. The underworld's name had been erased. This directly set off a storm in the universe. In this battle, Zhou Tong didn't rely on any external forces. He relied entirely on his own strength to kill the 3 emperors. Even a mortal weapon couldn't do anything to him. This was undoubtedly an earth-shattering storm that shook the world. This meant that he was invincible. Chapter 597. At this moment, the hell-suppressing emperor was dead, and the heavenly nether treasure wanted to escape, but Zhou Tong suppressed it. Kill. However, at this moment, countless fluctuations appeared in Big Dipper's life forbidden zone. Terrifying killing intent appeared. They would not allow Zhou Tong to obtain another immortal artifact. Clang! 5 beams of immortal light instantly shone from Zhou Tong's body. 5 immortal swords exuding primal chaos energy flew out. They fused with the formation diagram that Zhou Tong had created earlier to form a double-layered formation. At the same time, the spirit treasure sword formation also flew out from his body and formed another formation, guarding the dozens of star regions. With 3 formations, those Supreme's true bodies could not break through the defense of these 3 formations with long-range attacks. At this moment, the domineering bell also spread out some bell waves and suppressed the heavenly nether treasure. So what if it's an immortal artifact? You're just the weakest immortal artifact. Zhou Tong shook his head after suppressing the treasure. Immortal artifacts were not necessarily strong. It also depended on the material of the immortal artifact and the Tao patterns inside it. Zhou Tong's domineering bell was more than 100 times stronger than the heavenly nether treasure. As for the Tao patterns, after absorbing the immortal bell's Tao patterns, it was naturally not weaker than the heavenly nether treasure. 2 sword formations and a defensive formation diagram. He's really well prepared. The Forbidden Zone Supreme's eyes turned red. He did not expect Zhou Tong to have so many treasures. Without his true body, there's no way to stop him. One of the Supremes said coldly, even if his true body comes out and ascends to the extreme, facing these 3 formations, it's impossible to kill him without 5 or 6 people. Another Supremes said coldly, also, we don't know if this tyrant body has any other trump cards. He's really strong, and no one could stop him. Forget it, it's just a second without beginning. When he's here, we'll just keep a low profile. Some Supremes were already prepared to not fight with Zhou Tong, because after they severed their saber, they wanted to live forever, not kill others. Those Supreme beings were not united. They had their own plans, and each of them had their own ideas and goals. Moreover, these Supremes who severed their own saber and sealed themselves would not sacrifice themselves to clear the path for others. They were all very clear that it was useless for one person to come out at this time. Even if many people came out and successfully killed Zhou Tong, a few of them would definitely die. They were not stupid enough to sacrifice themselves to help others. Did you forget that there's still a path of immortality after a few hundred years? With this person here, how can we have a share? Supreme's other Supreme sneered. When he transcends the tribulation and has no time to care about anything else, we'll just take the opportunity to pluck his sword array and seize his array diagram. Tribulation formation to kill, to kill, to kill to him. Supreme's tribulation. Heavenly tribulations, treasure, tribulation. Tribulation, heavenly tribulation. Supremes. The other Supremes were also enlightened, and all of them stared at Zhou Tong, who was at the edge of the universe. At the edge of the universe, the immortal phoenix let out a long cry, and flames soared into the sky. Zhou Tong's injuries recovered once again. Boom! At this moment, the most powerful 9 heavenly tribulation, finally appeared. Endless tribulation light fell from the sky. Zhou Tong bathed in the tribulation light with the Bajong, operated the lightning emperor's technique, and absorbed all the good fortune in the tribulation. Those Supremes in the Forbidden Zone looked at all of this coldly. They wanted to attack, but when they saw the few greater rays in the distance, they suppressed their desire. The Supremes of the Forbidden Zone did not attack. He didn't come out with his true body either. As Zhou Tong transcended the tribulation, he observed his surroundings to see if anyone had suddenly appeared to disturb him. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Those Supremes of the Forbidden Zone seemed to have given up on the human tribulation. Is it really because I wiped out the underworld kingdom and set up these grand formations that they're in awe of? That shouldn't be the case. Zhou Tong had already thought about it clearly. If it was just a spiritual treasure sword array, those Supremes might really come out. Because when Zhou Tong was busy going through the tribulation, they could take the sword array for themselves. But now that Zhou Tong had set up 2 sets of arrays, they would not be able to get it so easily. Of course, it's hard to say. If I'm flustered by the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid these supremes won't mind coming into being and snatching away my array diagram. Zhou also understood in his heart that these supremes were definitely waiting for an opportunity. If most of his strength was restrained by the tribulation, those supremes would definitely come out. But in this life, maybe I'll take a seat first to guard against the golden crow, Zhou thought. Boom! At this moment, the 9 heavenly tribulation was completely formed. 9 magnificent Taoist temples appeared in the void. Every Taoist temple was a heaven. The 9 heavens of the 9 Taoist temples stacked together as if the 9 heavens were suppressing him. 9th Heavenly Venerable, you came to right time. Zhou rushed forward and fought with the 9 Heavenly Venerables. At the same time, on the other side of Huasong Planet. As expected of the 9 heavenly tribulation, if I had transcended such a heavenly tribulation back then, I would have been finished. A golden-haired man's eyes were deep, and the scene of Zhou transcending the tribulation was reflected in his golden pupils. This person was the Golden Crowtharch, who had attained Tao through a different method. But the Supremes of the restricted zone didn't make a move. There's no reason for them not to make a move against such a powerful overlord constitution. Are they afraid of his array diagram? The Golden Crowtharch was a little hesitant. Or are those Supremes also waiting for an opportunity? The Golden Crowtharch thought for a moment and immediately guessed what those Supremes were thinking. Without a doubt, they wanted to take advantage of the time when Zhou was completely trapped by the heavenly tribulation to snatch his sword array and array diagram. The Supremes of the Forbidden Zone are all paying attention to him. Perhaps this is an excellent opportunity for me? The Golden Crowtharch's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Supremes of the Forbidden Zone were all paying attention to the overlord constitution of the heavens, then could he directly transcend the tribulation without the human tribulation? The Golden Crowtharch's heart skipped a beat. He put himself in the shoes of those Supremes of the Forbidden Zone. He definitely did not want to see such a powerful overlord constitution alive. However, what if a true Tharch appeared at this time? Perhaps to the Supremes of the Forbidden Zone, it would be more beneficial for the 2 Supremes outside to reach a balance? That's right. Perhaps I don't need to wait for the flying immortal planet's path of immortality to open. I can attain Tao in advance. Once the path of immortality opens, I will be at my peak and can enter the celestial realm to attain immortal ascension in one go. The Golden Crowtharch became more excited the more he thought about it. It was as if he could already see the scene of himself attaining immortal ascension. Let's do it. The Golden Crowtharch made up his mind. Boom! Just as the Golden Crowtharch made up his mind, the most violent sound interrupted his thoughts, causing his entire body to tremble. The Arch Tribulation. Someone actually thought of the same thing as me? Taking advantage of this time to transcend the Arch Tribulation, and even one step ahead of me, the Golden Crowtharch's expression kept changing until it became extremely pale. Then he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Chapter 598. Boom! The immeasurable divine tribulation was vast and mighty. The edge of the universe was shattered. Countless galaxies were turned into dust in an instant. At the same time, a supreme Tao law was vast and mighty in the universe. At this moment, the myriad Tao of the universe wailed. All the divine chains of order in the starry sky were suppressed. From now on, only one person stood high above, overlooking the starry sky. This was simply a miracle. After so many years, there was actually someone who was about to become an emperor without anyone noticing. This matter was so sudden that it simply caught everyone off guard. Even the supreme being who had entered was a bit stupefied. This great emperor tribulation was too inconceivable. There were no signs at all. It was too sudden, beyond the supreme being's imagination. I've never sensed this person's aura before. Who is it? Why is he proving his Tao all of a sudden? The Forbidden Zone Supreme shifted his gaze from Zhou to the only Emperor Tribulation in the universe. I haven't sensed anything since the Ancient Era. Could it be that an ancient from before the Desolate Era was sealed in this era? A Supreme's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Impossible, there are no traces of this person in the desolate era. He might be an ancient from an even older era. Could it be the mythological era, or even the chaotic era? Another Supreme was confused. This sudden great Emperor tribulation was beyond the expectations of all the Supremes. Throughout the ages, they couldn't find a cultivator who was a match for it. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a cultivator. Boom! The Emperor tribulation was endless. Countless people in the starry sky watched nervously. The longer the tribulation lasted, the more shocked the Supreme and Prodigy cultivators were. Is it going to succeed? As long as he makes it through the lightning tribulation, another formidable figure will appear throughout the endless ages. A Supreme being sighed, as if he thought back to his own golden years of struggle. Should we make a move? If this person achieves the Tao, it will undoubtedly cut off the path of that tyrant body. The other Supreme Being was a little hesitant. He looked in the direction of the 9 heavenly tribulations on the other side. Zhotong was handling the 9th celestial venerable with ease in the hands of the heavenly tribulation. He did not enter the predicament that they had imagined at all. That 9th Empyrean, even the great immortal method after the fusion of the 9 esoteric mysteries, seemed to be unable to do anything to him terrifyingly powerful. It was also precisely because of this type of power that those supreme beings in the restricted region couldn't find a chance to make a move. If we let him transcend the tribulation, it's impossible for the two of them to coexist harmoniously in the same world. Especially that tyrant body. He has always been arrogant and conceited. It's impossible for him to tolerate such a great emperor above his head. Another supreme martial artist said coldly, There's a familiar aura. It seems to be the aura of my Blood Phoenix clan. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the primordium ancient mine with a sliver of pleasant surprise. Even the person who was in the deepest slumber has been awakened. Oh, the Blood Phoenix mountain bloodline. It's possible for them to stand on the same side as us. Another supreme martial artist muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Don't worry about him. The most troublesome thing now is that tyrant body. The last voice made a decision. At the same time, within the universe. Boom! The great Emperor Tribulation was vast and mighty, spreading throughout the entire universe's starry sky. It was extremely overbearing and surged to every corner of the universe, causing all the cultivators' hearts to tremble. This was the creation of the only great Emperor Tao that could suppress the world. As long as this person attained the great Emperor Tao, no one else could become a great emperor. It was only possible 10,000 years after his death. Countless geniuses trembled, and everyone was dejected. There was already a tyrant body in this world, suppressing all the geniuses until they couldn't breathe. However, they remembered that the tyrant body couldn't attain the great Emperor Tao, so they didn't stop and continued to fight. They wanted to attain the great Emperor Tao before Zhotong. However, now that the great Emperor Tribulation appeared, it was equivalent to cutting off everyone's last hope. Why is this happening? I'm not willing to accept this. The heavens gave me my last hope, but it has to be destroyed at this time. Damn it, who is it? Why did he jump out at this time to attain the great Emperor Tao? Countless people in the universe were either unwilling, cursing, or dejected. Even Fire Qilin, the sacred prince, Taoist Shin Silkworm, and the others were no exception. This sudden great Emperor Tribulation was simply a catastrophe, cutting off their last glimmer of hope. Everyone in the universe was silent. However, soon, someone looked playfully at Zhotong, who was also undergoing the 9th-stage immortal tribulation, and sneered, No matter how powerful your tyrant body is, there's no hope for you to attain the great Emperor Tao. Ha ha! The one in the most despair now should be that tyrant body. Ha! What tyrant celestial emperor? You're destined to not attain the great Emperor Tao in this life. Many colder cultivators couldn't help but laugh wildly. Boom! The great Emperor Tribulation shook the world, suppressing everything and drowning the endless starfields. It was like the end of the world. Zhou seemingly vast nine-stage immortal tribulation was nothing in front of the real Great Emperor Tribulation. At this moment, the great Tao laws in the entire universe began to rearrange and change. A supreme law was about to become the only one, suppressing everything and suppressing the great Tao. Thunder rumbled and chaos surged. Every arc of lightning spanned across several starfields, shocking everyone. At the same time, they saw a crimson figure fighting against the lightning in the lightning punishment. The endless sea of lightning shook the world. Screech! With a cry, the crimson wings of the blood phoenix broke through the imprisonment of eternity with fire and continued to attack. Is that a divine bird? A phoenix? Everyone looked at the figure with a hint of shock. No, it's not a phoenix, it's a blood phoenix. Could it be a supreme being from the Blood Phoenix Mountain? Someone was shocked. Was the Blood Phoenix Mountain about to give birth to a second great emperor? Ha ha ha! In the universe, everyone on the ancestral planet of the Blood Phoenix Mountain looked up to the sky and laughed. It was like a pie falling from the sky. They didn't know when such an invincible existence had appeared in their clan. Ha! Tyrant body Zhou Tong, when the great emperor of our clan attains the great Tao, you'll be nothing. That's right. The great emperor of our clan attains the great Tao at the prime of his youth and vitality. He's the master of the world. You're just a mere tyrant body. If you dare to jump around, I'll destroy you with a flick of my finger. Some blood phoenixes had already begun to clamor crazily. Buzz. In the great emperor tribulation, the blood phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a furnace with 9 phoenix patterns imprinted on it. Passing the heavenly tribulation was no longer a problem. It began to forge its own weapon. It was a furnace made of crimson phoenix blood gold, which was very suitable for it. It's so powerful. It's refining its own weapon during the tribulation. It even prepared a supreme, immortal material like crimson phoenix blood gold. Many people exclaimed. Everyone was amazed. To be able to do this during the heavenly tribulation, it was undoubtedly very bold and ambitious. There were some subtle differences between the great emperor weapons that were refined at the same time and those that were refined after the great emperor weapons were refined at the same time. The great emperor weapons that were refined at the same time grew together with the cultivator, which was equivalent to a second life. However, those that were refined after the great emperor weapons were mostly used as weapons. In the endless lightning, a furnace gradually took shape. It was as red as blood and shone with thousands of divine lights, illuminating the 33 heavens. The phoenix's voice was crisp and clear, shaking all parts of the universe. The 9 phoenix furnace took shape and went through the tribulation with the blood phoenix. The heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty, and the rules of the great Tao were arranged violently. Everyone could see that without the interference of the human tribulation, this blood phoenix was at ease and had no problem passing the great emperor tribulation. If no one interferes, it shouldn't be a problem. The restricted area supreme being saw this and nodded slightly. At this time, everyone also looked at Zhou Tong on the other side. When they saw this, they immediately revealed a trace of surprise, but then a trace of ridicule appeared. You're still a step too late. Chapter 599. Boom! The 9 heavenly venerables made their moves, and Zhou Tong was also fighting against the 9 heavenly venerables. This might be Zhou Tong's last real battle, and he cherished this last chance very much. He evolved all kinds of daos and spells, the treasured arts of the 10 ferocious beasts, and the ultimate skills of the ancient emperors were all evolved by Zhou Tong. These techniques gradually merged in Zhou Tong's hands, turning into secret techniques that belonged to him alone. All along, Zhou Tong had been studying other secret techniques other than the 3 forbidden secret techniques. Any great emperor's scripture couldn't only contain forbidden secret techniques. In fact, most of them were ordinary secret techniques. Take the Lunar True Scripture as an example. Of the 33 pages of the scripture, 3 pages were basic cultivation scriptures, and 3 pages were the ultimate forbidden secret techniques. As for the ordinary secret techniques, there were as many as 27 pages. This was the true foundation of a great emperor. Zhou also needed to take this step. During the 100 years in the divine domain, he had spent most of his time creating and perfecting his own Daos and spells. Now, some of the areas that weren't clear were quickly perfected with the pressure of the heavenly tribulation and Dao patterns. Buzz! Dao sounds rumbled. Zhou body was full of scriptures and runes. His entire body was glowing. His Daos and spells had completely turned into an immortal fetus that was about to hatch. The sea of reincarnation scripture, Dao Palace scripture, for extreme scripture, and dragonization scripture had all been perfected before. Zhou smoothly jumped over them. At this moment, his perfected dragonization scripture turned into a true dragon. It carried the power of the sea of reincarnation secret realm, Dao Palace secret realm, and 4 extreme secret realm, and started to connect up to the immortal platform. His entire body glowed as if he had turned into an immortal cocoon. In fact, during this process, the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the 9th level of the celestial tribulation didn't even attack. To be more precise, the attacks of the 9 heavenly sovereigns were quickly annihilated when they landed on the light that was transforming around Zhou. At this moment, the Supremes in the Forbidden Zone sneered. So that's how it is. Not only do you want to transcend the 9 heavenly tribulation, you also want to become a martial emperor. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this blood phoenix, I'm afraid you would have already succeeded. A supreme martial artist said coldly. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you didn't calculate that there was still a blood phoenix in this world. Your painstaking efforts have instead helped that blood phoenix. Another supreme martial artist's voice carried a trace of mockery. I have to say, Zhou, you are a heaven-sent genius. You were able to cultivate to this level in merely 300 years. I'm afraid that even the Supremes since ancient times could not compare to you in terms of cultivation speed. It's a pity that the tyrant body's lineage couldn't succeed in the end. The Supreme of the restricted area said coldly. Boom! In the end, Zhou dragon transformation secret realm carried the power of the sea of reincarnation, the Dao Palace, and the 4 extremities to break through the membrane. The dragon head and the immortal platform merged. At this moment, Zhou body sparkled brilliantly. His flesh became translucent. His Dao embryo changed continuously. First it was a dragon, then it turned into a Kuan Peng, immortal phoenix, 9 netherworld AO. The images of the Vicious 10 evolved in his body several times before finally turning into his own body. At the same time, the power of the Vicious 10 descended on him and turned into the supreme form of the tyrant body. At this moment, Zhou great Dao was evolving. His body and primordial spirit were transforming one step further. This was an extremely terrifying rebirth. His physical body was transforming at an unimaginable speed. All the blood in his body was dispersing and then condensing again. All the bones in his body were broken and expelled from his body. Even his internal organs and muscles were transforming, replacing the old with the new. It wasn't just his body. The transformation of his primordial spirit was even more terrifying. One could almost see that his original primordial spirit was also beginning to crack. The cracks were like broken porcelain. The fragments of his primordial spirit fell off and shone with boundless radiance. A brand new primordial spirit appeared on the immortal platform. Dong! A bell rang. The immortal bell, formed by the heavenly tribulation, appeared again. The desolate tower also appeared. At the same time, all kinds of terrifying immortal birds and strange beasts appeared. These 2 immortal weapons and countless terrifying immortal birds and strange beasts were the most terrifying part of this heavenly tribulation. It was as if the heavens wanted to kill him and didn't allow him to completely survive this tribulation. The infinite divine tribulation was spreading. The fluctuations of this heavenly tribulation were almost on par with the great emperor tribulation of the blood phoenix on the other side. This was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the great success tyrant body. The reason why the great success tyrant body and the great success saint physique could challenge the great emperor after the great success was also related to their heavenly tribulations. When these two physiques went through the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, it was far more terrifying than other people's heavenly tribulations. This level of heavenly tribulation was comparable to the ordinary great emperor tribulation. At this moment, the entire universe was completely silent. On one side was the extremely terrifying 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. On the other side was the great emperor tribulation. But finally, after a day, the heavenly tribulation on one side stopped. It was the great emperor tribulation of the blood phoenix that stopped. This undoubtedly shocked everyone. Zhou Tong's 9 levels of heavenly tribulation was actually longer than the real great emperor tribulation. On the other side, with the dissipation of the blood phoenix's heavenly tribulation, a supreme law was imprinted in the universe, suppressing all rules and order. One law suppressed all laws. This universe finally gave birth to a real great emperor. Our great emperor has finally proven his Tao. The Blood Phoenix clan laughed wildly. A real great emperor should have completely cut off the possibility of the tyrant body proving his Tao. It's fine as long as he can't prove his Tao. The Forbidden Area Supremes also breathed a sigh of relief. With a real great emperor in the world, the pressure on the Forbidden Area Supremes was greatly reduced. The tyrant body of this life was really too powerful. However, who is this fellow Taoist Blood Phoenix? Whether it was the Blood Phoenix Mountain or the Forbidden Area, they all wanted to know this matter. However, just when everyone was looking forward to the great emperor of the Blood Phoenix clan showing his divinity, he actually disappeared silently. No matter what method they used, they couldn't calculate any trace of him. He disappeared. It seems that he went to stabilize his great emperor status. The Forbidden Area's Supremes understood. When they proved their Tao back then, they didn't keep showing their divinity. Instead, they quickly went into seclusion. Of course, the reason was not entirely to stabilize their great emperor status. More importantly, they had just integrated with the Heaven's Core mark and obtained great benefits from it, allowing them to see the possibility of further improvement. This was actually the reason why the Forbidden Area Supremes hoped that a great emperor would appear to suppress Zhou Tong. It was because they didn't want the Heaven's Core mark to fall into Zhou Tong's hands. The most important thing for the great emperor status, the greatest opportunity, was the Heaven's Core mark. They couldn't imagine how strong Zhou Tong, who was already so strong, would be after obtaining the Heaven's Core mark. After the Blood Phoenix proved her Tao, she went to stabilize her cultivation. Only Zhou Tong's heavenly tribulation was left in the universe. This heavenly tribulation lasted for 9 days, several times longer than the Great Emperor Tribulation. Finally, Zhou Tong successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a great success tyrant body. Moreover, it was the kind of great success tyrant body that achieved Tao through another method. Chapter 600. From the beginning to the end, those sovereigns of the forbidden regions didn't make a move. Zhou Tong chuckled and put away all the formation diagrams. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to breathe. Zhou Tong's tribulation was different from Yifan's. He had the support of the Lightning Emperor technique, and the scattered lightning was his nourishment. Therefore, he didn't expend much energy after this tribulation. Therefore, he easily replenished all the energy that his body lacked after a few breaths. However, he didn't leave the mountain immediately. Instead, he plunged into the Chaos Sea at the edge of the universe and used the divine power in the Chaos Sea to further baptize his body, primordial spirit, and his bell. After an entire month, he finally reached a new peak. At this time, he stood up from the Chaos Sea, and a 9-colored bell fell into his hand. It was simple and natural. It was filled with a vast emperor's aura. With my current battle prowess, even if I don't use the 10 Heavens Divine Ring, I shouldn't lose to Yifan, who has just proven his Tao. If I use the 10 Heavens Divine Ring, I might be able to reach the level of Yi Fan's second or third reincarnation in the original work. Zhou Tong silently estimated his battle prowess. Compared to Yi Fan in the original work, excluding things like the 10 Heavens Divine Ring, his strongest point was actually the many immortal King Dao and techniques that he had mastered. In terms of speed, the Kunpeng Dao was stronger than the Xing secret word. In terms of attack, the 10 ferocious treasure techniques were all above the Do's secret word. In terms of healing, the Zhe secret word couldn't compare to the immortal Phoenix's nirvana. The most important thing is the Heaven's Core imprint. If I prove my Dao on it, I might be able to improve further. Zhou Tong had now achieved Dao through another method. It could be said that he was standing at the peak of the universe. Even if a true enemy, Great Emperor, appeared at this time, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him and could be easily suppressed. It's time to go back and take a look. Zhou Tong took a step forward, walked out of the chaos sea, and reappeared in front of everyone. When Zhou Tong reappeared, the universe was shaken. Zhou Tong's name spread across the universe. Heaven and earth shook violently, and countless creatures in the universe were shocked. It wasn't just talk that a tyrant body could challenge a great emperor, but it really had that kind of terrifying combat power. In particular, Zhou Tong was known as the strongest tyrant body in history. His combat power was especially terrifying. However, at the same time, countless people were worried because a true great emperor had appeared in the universe before Zhou Tong achieved great success. Would the two of them be going against each other? This was simply a storm. Countless people trembled in fear, fearing that this era's most terrifying battle between emperors would take place. This was because once Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix started fighting, the ripples of battle power would definitely surpass the past, surpassing the previous dark turmoil. It seems that everyone has been deceived by me. Zhou Tong heard the cries from all over the universe and laughed in his heart. This group of people didn't know that the Blood Phoenix was just one of his incarnations. Forget it. I'm too lazy to reveal the mystery to the outside world. I'll let this Blood Phoenix become an eternal secret in their hearts. Zhou Tong took a step forward, and suddenly, the stars moved and the starry sky reversed. He directly arrived at the divine realm and went to the largest palace that belonged to him. Yin Ryu was already waiting there. Congratulations, you've finally achieved great success. Yin Ryu came up to welcome him, but there was a trace of worry on her face. Obviously, she was also worried that Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix Great Emperor would fight. Don't worry about the Blood Phoenix, he's mine. Zhou Tong took Yin Ryu's hand and smiled. It was enough to keep the Blood Phoenix a secret from outsiders, but there was no need to keep it a secret from his wife and make her worry for no reason. Screech! The moment his voice fell, a Blood Phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. A dense imperial aura emerged. Immediately after, the Blood Phoenix transformed into a human form and descended. Yin Ryu looked at the Blood Phoenix, and then looked at Zhou Tong in shock. How is this possible? Why does he look exactly like you after transforming? The Blood Phoenix in front of her had the same figure and appearance as Zhou Tong. They were both so tall and imposing. The only difference was the color of their eyes and hair. Zhou Tong had pitch black hair and eyes, while the Blood Phoenix had blood-red hair and blood-red pupils. Because he's my incarnation. Zhou Tong smiled. At the same time, the Blood Phoenix transformed back into a blood-red phoenix, shrank its body, and landed on Zhou Tong's shoulder. Incarnations can also attain Dao. Yin Ryu was somewhat puzzled. Do you still remember the cultivation method of the ancient chaos era that I passed to you? If the Grotto Heaven realm and the Spirit Transformation realm are combined, the spirit raised in the Grotto Heaven can be transformed into a divine fetus. Zhou Tong immediately explained to Yin Ryu in detail the theory of nurturing a divine fetus in the Grotto Heaven. Anyway, she was his wife. When they were cultivating together, he had already passed on the cultivation method of the ancient chaos era to Yin Ryu. Now he was just teaching her the method of advancement. I see. The cultivation method of the ancient chaos era is actually so mysterious. Yin Ruyu praised in her heart, but then she looked at Zhou Tong. But what about you? There's only one great emperor in a lifetime. If you give this opportunity to your incarnation, then what about you? Actually, it's useless not to give it to my incarnation. Zhou Tong shook his head. The great emperor tribulation only lasts for 1 day, but my 9 heavenly tribulations lasted for 9 days. As far as I know, there's a golden crow on the fire mulberry star. If my blood phoenix incarnation doesn't attain Tao, then the great emperor position will be given to someone else. The golden crow of the fire mulberry star. Yin Ryu was shocked. She had never thought of this. She also didn't know that there was such an expert looking for an opportunity to attain Tao. That golden crow has already attained Tao through another method. He has actually been waiting for an opportunity to undergo the great emperor tribulation. Now that I have already displayed such combat strength, the paragon of the forbidden zone can't ignore me. Therefore, he only needs to wait for me to transcend the tribulation together. There's a high chance that he can avoid the interference of the paragon of the forbidden zone. In this lifetime, if someone must attain Tao before me, then I might as well give the great emperor position to my incarnation. Zhou Tong had already thoroughly studied the golden crow Thearcha's thoughts, so he had released his blood phoenix incarnation long ago as a precaution. That golden crow is going to die from anger. Yin Ryu laughed. That golden crow wants to take advantage of me. That is simply a dream. If he's honest, he might as well go back and seal himself for a period of time. When I don't need the heaven's core mark, then I will give him the opportunity to attain Tao. Zhou Tong said leisurely. It's good that you know about the blood phoenix. Don't spread it around. Yin Ryu nodded. This kind of thing was definitely confidential and couldn't be told to anyone. Well, that's it for the time being. Let's talk about other things after I study the heaven's core imprint. Zhou Tong finally said to Yin Ryu. Then he went into seclusion with the blood phoenix incarnation. Chapter 601. After returning to the secret room where he was in seclusion, Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged. The blood phoenix on his shoulder transformed back into its human form and sat opposite Zhou Tong. Chi, with a soft sound, an eternal and inextinguishable light rushed out from the blood phoenix's body. This was the heaven's core mark of this world. The so-called heaven's core mark was formed by the laws of heaven and earth and the traces of myriad Taos. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling this universe. The heaven's core mark had another name in the chaotic ancient era, Immortal King Foundation. If one could fuse with it, they would have a foundation to become an immortal king. Although the current heaven's core mark might not be as good as when it was first condensed, the effect wouldn't be too bad. It would definitely increase the chances of a cultivator entering the immortal king realm. This was the difference between an ancient emperor and a cultivator who had achieved the Tao through another method. If a cultivator who had achieved the Tao through another method wanted to fight a great emperor who had fused with the heaven's core mark, it was equivalent to fighting against heaven and earth. Therefore, cultivators who had achieved the Tao through another method would generally not be able to withstand an ancient emperor. Moreover, the heaven's core mark itself contained the most original, profound meaning of heaven and earth. Before the ancient emperors had attained their Tao, they thought that their Tao was flawless. However, after attaining their Tao, they would revise their own scriptures. It was because they had obtained the heaven's core mark that their horizons were broadened and they recognized their shortcomings. The heaven's core mark was the most important opportunity after becoming a great emperor. It was also the most important and precious thing of a great emperor. But now, the blood phoenix had completely revealed the heaven's core mark that he had fused with and exposed it to Zhou Tong. Boom! For a moment, the entire secret room was filled with earth-shattering phenomena. At this moment, countless figures appeared. These were the traces left behind by the past powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably powerful and intimidating. Zhou Tong could see that the ancient emperors had all appeared. The heaven's core mark contained the manifestation of their Tao. At the core of the heaven's core mark was a blood phoenix with its wings spread. This was the Tao of Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation. The Tao of the other great emperors were all gathered around this blood phoenix. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed. The countless great Tao laws within the heaven's heart imprint appeared in his eyes. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon. Traces of the great Tao appeared. Zhou Tong looked very seriously. Every trace of the great Tao regulations transformed into countless runes, which attracted his mind. Just like that, Zhou Tong sat there quietly, motionless. Just like that, 300 years passed. He was comprehending, creating, and developing his Tao. His entire person seemed to become more and more unfathomable. At the same time, the Blood Phoenix avatar, sitting cross-legged opposite him, was also closing its eyes to comprehend the heaven's core imprint. His Tao was originally a combination of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, Undying Heavenly Emperor, Blood Phoenix Mountain's Ancient Emperor, and Xian Huang's Precious Technique. It was the purest Phoenix race's great Tao. But now, as he merged with the Heaven Heart Mark, he gradually gained many new comprehensions. He started anew, revising, comprehending, and evolving the Scripture's profundities that belonged solely to him. This kind of Scripture's profundities still belong to the Phoenix race. Strictly speaking, he should be using his own understanding to transform the immortal Phoenix Precious Technique into the Scripture and secret technique of the Heaven Shrouding Technique. This was an evolution of the immortal Phoenix Precious Technique using another system. Moreover, he was using his own Tao and experience to modify it to a certain extent, making it more compatible with him. Analogy was like translation and explanation. He was translating a certain Tao from one system to another. In the process, he was explaining it with his own understanding. Time passes quickly. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Heaven's Heart Imprint is worthy of being called the Heaven's Heart Imprint. Zhou Tong's eyes became more and more profound. After observing the Heaven's Heart Imprint for 100 years, he had already improved. His understanding of the great Tao had reached a whole new height. Even the Scripture had undergone further editing, making up for some shortcomings. This made Zhou Tong's own foundation even more powerful. But unfortunately, I'm almost at my limit now. Zhou Tong shook his head and stood up. The Heaven's Heart Imprint was actually a Tao that suppressed all Taos. Now, this Heaven's Heart Imprint belonged to the Blood Phoenix. The arrangement of all the great Tao rules in it actually followed the Blood Phoenix's own Tao. This Heaven's Heart Imprint was not very suitable for Zhou Tong. Therefore, Zhou Tong's gains in the past 300 years were not as good as his Blood Phoenix incarnation. He looked at the Blood Phoenix incarnation and thought, after 300 years of comprehension, the Blood Phoenix incarnation has finally roughly comprehended a brand new Blood Phoenix scripture. No, it can't be called the Blood Phoenix scripture. Isn't this the same as the scripture of the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain? How can the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain compare to my incarnation? Regardless of whether it was the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain, the ancient Qilin emperor, or the emperor of 10,000 dragons, they all seem to be the 10 ferocious phoenixes, Qilins, and true dragons. In fact, they were the kind of people with impure bloodlines. In terms of physique, Zhou Tong's own Blood Phoenix incarnation was not as good as his own, let alone the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. In this universe, the only pure-blooded vicious 10 was the immortal emperor. But now, there was Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation. Since it's my incarnation and has the body of one of the vicious 10, it naturally can't be weaker than others. In the future, you'll be called Heavenly Emperor Huang. The scripture you created will be called Heavenly Emperor Huang Scripture. Zhou Tong casually gave his incarnation an emperor title. Next, it's time to conquer the forbidden area. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and his 9-colored dominating bell appeared. Although it was 9-colored, it was obvious that the white light that belonged to the bright platinum was relatively weak. It was only about 1/3 of the other immortal lights. It was an obvious weakness. Before that, there's one more thing that needs to be completely perfected. Zhou took out the diamond carving. This weapon was still Scarlet Phoenix blood red gold. The immortal gold that I'm missing is the bright gold. The only immortal gold that I haven't mastered is also the bright gold. Next, it's up to you to evolve. Zhou flipped the reincarnation mirror, and another ray of reincarnation light hit the diamond carving. Suddenly, buzz. The diamond carving shone brightly. The red clouds faded and white light bloomed. The entire diamond carving had now completely turned white. It was holy and brilliant. At the same time, the immortal gold of the bright gold began to appear. Runes began to appear in front of Zhou eyes. Zhou stared at these runes without moving. He looked very carefully and did not miss a single rune. After an entire month, the diamond carving was once again perfected and reached the realm of another way. I see. This is the immortal gold of the bright platinum. Zhou nodded. Then, he activated the reincarnation light again. In an instant, the diamond carving's radiance changed again. Dragon pattern black gold, destiny orange gold, Tao calamity gold, immortal tear green gold, feather green gold, eternal blue gold, and divine mark purple gold. All of the immortal gold profound mysteries had been completely reincarnated in the next half a year. In the end, the diamond carving stopped at the purple divine mark gold mysteries. Next is the final transformation, the 10th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra. It's also the 10th transformation that completely integrates the immortal gold mysteries. Zhou was very cautious. He once again used the reincarnation light. The diamond chakram immediately began to spin at an extreme speed, emitting woo-woo sounds. All of the colors that had been covered up before were revealed. The brilliance was brilliant, illuminating the 33 heavens. It was extremely glorious, and endless symbols curled up around it. All the immortal gold mysteries were completely connected at this moment. The diamond carving became a celestial artifact. Everything is ready. It's time to fight. At this moment, the blood phoenix also retracted the heaven's core mark and opened his eyes. After these few hundred years of comprehension, he had already reached a higher level. He had reached the level of a true peak great emperor. That's right. It's time to fight. Zhou nodded. Chapter 602. Zhou had come out of seclusion. Yin Ryu was slightly shocked when she saw him. She could clearly feel that Zhou eyes had become much deeper. His divine power and cultivation had increased by an unknown amount. He looked too unfathomable. I didn't expect you to have passed the quasi-emperor tribulation in 300 years and have advanced to the third heaven of quasi-emperor. Zhou looked at Yin Ryu and sighed softly. Over the years, he had actually spent most of his time cultivating. Although they were husband and wife, they spent more time apart than together. He had even missed his wife's quasi-emperor tribulation. He felt sorry for her. Are you going out to battle again? Yin Ryu looked at Zhou. This time, I'm going to wipe out a few of the forbidden areas in the Big Dipper. Zhou did not hide anything. At his current cultivation level, he was already invincible. Whether it was speaking or doing things, there was nothing that he could not do. Are you sure? What about the Blood Phoenix incarnation? Is he going with you? Yin Ryu was a little worried. Yes, I'll go with you. This time, I'll go all out and wipe out a few forbidden areas. At this moment, the Blood Phoenix incarnation also walked out. However, he had changed into a new appearance. He was a little shorter, and his body had also become a little thinner. The Blood Phoenix and Zhou. One was a phoenix, and the other was the tyrant body of the human race. Their origin auras were completely different. Therefore, as long as he covered his appearance, no one would be able to detect his essence. After pondering for a while, Zhou handed the Chaos Green Lotus back to Yin Ryu and said, I'll leave the Chaos Green Lotus to you to protect yourself. With the Green Lotus and the heart of the Green Emperor to suppress the divine realm and stabilize the rear, I can go to battle with peace of mind. Although I have no intention of creating an organization that dominates the starry sky, I still need a base. Although the tyrant body lineage wants me to guard the ancestral star, this divine realm is the territory that I've conquered. Yin Ryu nodded. After arranging the matters in the divine realm, Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix immediately moved. He first quietly made some arrangements in a barren star region and then went directly to the Big Dipper. Zhou Tong stood proudly in the void outside the Big Dipper. His gaze swept across the 6 life, forbidden zones and finally fixed on the ruins of God. This place was full of ancient ruins, including the ruins of the heavenly court from the mythological era. There were countless pavilions and palaces, many of which were carved by the venerable sovereign himself. After the battle at the end of the mythological era, the celestial heavens collapsed and the ancient celestial heavens was torn apart. Many palaces fell into the 8 desolates of the universe, and the ruins of God was the most important one. Boom! Zhou Tong instantly took action. Heaven and earth trembled violently. All of the supreme beings of the restricted regions opened their eyes at the same time and saw a shocking scene. A large hand descended from the outer realm, forcibly pulling up the ruins of God. This was simply an unparalleled divine might, completely treating the supreme beings in the ruins of God as if they were nothing. His strength was unparalleled as he attacked forcefully, directly stripping the ruins of God from the Big Dipper. Damn it, it's the aura of the mighty body. He actually dares to attack the ruins of God. All of the supreme beings were shocked and furious. How many years had it been since this mighty body dared to be so bold? The supreme beings in the ruins of God also reacted and immediately resisted. However, the 9-colored bell above Zhou Tong's head appeared, vibrating with billions of bell waves, and all of the supreme beings' resistance were shaken back into the ruins of God. Even the immortality peach tree planted in the ruins of God was frozen by Zhou Tong's bell waves, preventing it from being taken away by the supreme beings of the ruins of God. His bell! A supreme being looked at Zhou Tong's bell, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. This was because they could clearly see that under the brilliant 9-colored immortal light, there were spots of dark red blood on the bell wall, and each blood spot was a human figure. These human figures shocked everyone because they were actually the Stone Emperor, the Master of Samsara, Heaven-abandoning Supreme, Light and Darkness Supreme, Lord of the Ruins of God, Prison Suppression Emperor, Original God, and Original Ghost. Zhou Tong had yet to prove his Tao, but his bell had already drunk the blood of 8 supreme beings. In addition to these years of sacrificial refining, it had already evolved to an unimaginable level. Although it was not an immortal artifact, its power was much more terrifying than an ordinary immortal artifact. The bell waves shook the world and disintegrated the resistance of the supreme beings in the ruins of God. Buzz! Zhou Tong grabbed the ruins of God and tossed it into the air, causing it to smash heavily into a desolate expanse of the starry sky. After that, it completely vanished without a trace. When Zhou Tong withdrew his hand, there was already an immortality peach tree in his palm. This was a small tree that was only 1 or 2 meters tall. The old bark was cracked like dragon scales. Although it was not tall, it was sufficiently old and vigorous. There was also an immortality peach fruit on the tree that emitted waves of fragrance. At the same time, the supreme aura that erupted at this moment was earth-shattering, shaking the entire universe. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Fire Qilin, Dao Yi, human demon, Himiko, and the others had already cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm. They all looked in the direction of the Big Dipper in horror. This was because there was going to be another battle. The supreme aura permeated the entire universe's starry sky. Zhou Tong, do you want to fight the Annihilation Forbidden Zone? Yi Fan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He could not help but want to fight as well. However, he looked at his current cultivation level of the 4th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm and could not do anything. Another forbidden zone is going to be destroyed. Is it the ruins of God this time? Your achievements are already higher than my father's. Himiko also stood at the G family's gate and looked in the direction of the Big Dipper from afar. How old is he to be able to conquer a forbidden zone like this? This overlord body is unimaginably strong. An ordinary-looking figure said softly. But it's a pity that someone has already proven their Tao in this world. Such an overlord body is still unable to prove their Tao. I wonder if that blood phoenix who suddenly proved her Tao is a fellow Taoist from the same generation as me. This person was the only person in this universe who had seen Heavenly Emperor Huang with his own eyes, Zhang Byron. When the blood phoenix proved her Tao, he felt that the origin of that phoenix was definitely not comparable to the group of people from the blood phoenix mountain of this world. It was completely the aura of a true fallen blood phoenix that only existed in their era. Therefore, Zhang Byron suspected that this blood phoenix was the same as him, sealed from the ancient chaos era. At the same time, in the Big Dipper, where did the ruins of God go? Some Supreme's divine senses followed Zhou Tong's movements to investigate. However, the moment their divine senses entered the star domain, they immediately felt cold all over. This was because they felt that their divine senses were instantly shattered by a sword light that was filled with boundless killing intent. Numinous sword formation. The Overlord body sent the entire ruins of God into the numinous sword formation. The Supremes were shocked. Zhou Tong's actions were definitely premeditated. He had set up the sword formation in advance. There's still a great emperor suppressing the world. Overlord body, aren't you afraid of being punished for doing this? A furious roar came from the Primordium Ancient Mind. Zhou Tong glanced at the Primordium Ancient Mind and did not answer. You don't have to worry about that. At the same time, a blood-colored figure appeared beside Zhou Tong. It was Zhou Tong's blood phoenix avatar. What? The two of you have joined forces. How is this possible? When did you two join forces? This was greatly beyond the expectations of the Supremes of the restricted area, causing them to be dumbfounded. The reason why they did not interfere with the Blood Phoenix's great Emperor tribulation was that they hoped that, after the Blood Phoenix proved her Tao, she could help them restrain Zhou Tong. However, they never thought that the two of them would actually join forces. The great Emperor of the current era and an almost invincible Overlord body teamed up. All the Supremes were in danger. I'll leave the reincarnation sea to you. I'll go and destroy the ruins of God first. Zhou Tong chuckled. Then, he turned around and stepped out of the stellar transposition, directly arriving at the numinous sword formation. Chapter 603. After Zhou Tong left, the Blood Phoenix incarnation stood above the Big Dipper. His scarlet eyes looked at one of the spatial nodes in the Big Dipper. He casually waved his arm, and immediately, it was like a phoenix striking the nine heavens. His attack was peerlessly sharp. The power of this slash directly split the spatial node in the sea of reincarnation. Brilliant divine light of phoenix feathers swept out in waves, covering the entire sea of reincarnation. Junior, how arrogant. Do you think you can come in my reincarnation sea as you wish just because you've proven your Tao? A loud voice came from the reincarnation sea. This voice was like the anger of the heavens. It shook the hearts of countless people in the Big Dipper. Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation was silent. It walked directly into the depths of the reincarnation sea. Are you and the tyrant body joining forces to destroy all the restricted areas one by one? Are you going to give up the immortal ascension road of the flying immortal planet to the tyrant body and the blood phoenix? A shout came from the depths of the reincarnation sea. This shout was a warning to the other restricted areas. He hoped that the other Supremes would attack together. The situation in front of them was so hopeless. They thought that with a great emperor, they could keep the tyrant body in check. They didn't expect that the two of them had already joined forces. Perhaps they had agreed to go through the tribulation at the same time. When they thought of the immortal ascension road of the flying immortal planet, these Supremes immediately thought of the immortal ascension road. Only something like the path of immortalization could possibly make these two supremely powerful individuals work together. Join forces. If this blood phoenix and the tyrant body join forces, together with the spirit treasure array diagram, I'm afraid they can really catch all of us in one fell swoop. Today, let's destroy this blood phoenix first. A shout came from the other restricted areas. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, a blazing light appeared in the primordium ancient mine. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a giant purple dragon soared into the sky. It covered the sky and shook the past, present, and future. This giant dragon turned into a purple-haired man. He looked to be of average height, but he had a soul-stirring power. At the same time, a purple light accompanied the sound of a bell in the starry sky. A giant dragon appeared from the depths of the starry sky. It turned into a giant purple dragon and circled above the man's head. In the primordium ancient mine, the emperor of 10,000 dragons finally appeared. At the same time, a loud explosion came from the immortal mausoleum. A supreme broke out of the seal and stood together with the myriad dragons' emperor. The terrifying aura spread far and wide, intimidating the starry skies. Roar! A tiger roar sounded. The stars trembled. A supreme being appeared, the white tiger Taoist. As soon as he appeared, he turned into a white-haired Taoist. He was incomparably ferocious as he rushed over. At the same time, a tall and majestic figure emerged from the reincarnation sea. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness seemed like it was going to split apart. Apart from celestial venerate carefree, Taoist white tiger, immortal mausoleum supreme, and emperor myriad dragons are all supremes who will emerge from the immortal ascension path in the future. It seems that the supreme martial artists born this time are all supreme martial artists who will fight for the immortal path of the flying immortal star in the future. Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation understood. His gaze swept across the primordium ancient mine. The blood phoenix mountains, ancient emperor didn't come out. It was possible that he didn't want to kill his own race because they were all blood phoenixes. However, it doesn't matter if he comes out or not. How can your blood phoenix be purer than mine? Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation retracted his gaze and looked at the four supreme martial artists. Apart from celestial venerate carefree, these four supreme martial artists had ascended to the extreme as soon as they were born. Battle in the universe's wasteland. The blood phoenix's figure flashed, and the blood-colored wings on its back flapped. Its entire body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the Big Dipper. Kill! The other four supreme martial artists also chased after the blood phoenix incarnation at the same time. In the universe's wasteland, the most tragic battle between the supreme martial artists spread. The intensity of this battle was beyond everyone's imagination. It was like the sky was falling, the earth was splitting, the universe was collapsing, ghosts were crying, and gods were howling. Large areas of the galaxy were dimmed by the battle. These four supreme martial artists wanted to kill the blood phoenix because they had already determined that this blood phoenix wanted to join hands with Zhou Tong to dominate the path of immortality. That was why it wanted to eliminate all competitors. This was the same as cutting off their hope. These supreme martial artists naturally wouldn't let it go. They all ascended to the extreme and wanted to completely kill the blood phoenix. Then, they would get rid of Zhou Tong. On the other side, Zhou Tong also wanted to get rid of them. These were all supreme martial artists, and their entire bodies were treasures. Their great Tao was also the best reference material. They slaughtered their way from one region to another. They wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. In the depths of the universe, fiery light overflowed into the heavens, surging and burning the starry skies. This was the phoenix's heaven-burning flames. The scarlet flames surged like a vast sea, engulfing the starry skies. The scorching temperature made even those supreme martial artists feel extremely uncomfortable. The blood phoenix had already transformed into its true form. The bright-colored feathers all over its body flowed like blood, and every single one of them was brilliant. Scarlet multicolored light overflowed, and its pair of wings even more so covered the sky. With a slight flap, astral winds would stir up, cutting through heaven and earth, and rippling waves of chaotic energy. Pooh! Taoist white tiger and immortal mausoleum supreme being were hacked apart by the blood phoenix's wings at the same time, their bodies directly breaking into two pieces. Then, bloody light erupted, blasting apart the two great supreme martial artist bodies. In that instant, this place was like a sea of blood, surging and surging, vast and mighty for who knew how many light years, horrifying the world. Meanwhile, after this strike, the blood phoenix's wings also scattered, blood splashing in all directions. However, with a turn of fiery light, the scattered feathers and blood immediately returned to its body, returning to normal. He then threw himself at the 10,000 Dragons Emperor, the flying phoenix claw carrying resplendent symbols, as if it was going to crush the 10,000 Dragons Emperor's head. Fortunately, the 10,000 Dragons bell on its head rushed up, knocking aside the sharp claws. However, the 10,000 Dragons bell was also pierced through by the sharp claws, becoming damaged. This was a true battle between great emperors, and the battle was exceptionally bitter. For it to reach this point, it truly shocked the world. However, what was even more frightening was that this blood phoenix, who called itself Heavenly Emperor Huang, seemed to truly have the strength of a heavenly emperor. Fighting 1 against 4, he actually really could hold on, and from the looks of it, he even firmly held the upper hand. This was because each of his attacks was incomparably powerful, almost exchanging injury for injury, life for life. However, after each attack, he could easily recover, but the state of his opponents would become sluggish. The more they fought, the weaker they became. This kind of battle method could only be used by a species like the phoenix with super strong recovery ability. Even until now, he didn't even take out his own emperor weapon. He was simply terrifyingly powerful. The blood phoenix who proved his Tao in this generation is also a bit too strong. In the forbidden area, there were also some who didn't come out into the world who were secretly shocked. Fighting 1 against 4, he actually still held the upper hand, suppressing the 4 great supreme beings. As expected of a phoenix, this kind of rebirth ability is simply terrifying. Even if Heavenly Venerable Shang returns, he might not have such recovery ability. Another supreme being also sighed in amazement. Tao friend from Blood Phoenix Mountain, how is he compared to you? Another supreme being asked Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient emperor. His bloodline seems to be much purer than mine. Could it be that he's the same as the immortal emperor, a true immortal? Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient emperor also revealed a serious expression. He originally thought that the Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient emperor was his own clansman, but judging from the bloodline, the Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient emperor seemed to be his ancestor. Chapter 604. In the spiritual treasure sword array at the edge of the universe. Killing intent seeped into one's bones, and a tragic aura covered the sky. The smell of blood spread in all directions, and a blood-red mist circulated. Heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. At this moment, 3 ancient emperors walked out, and their faces were ugly. One of them was glowing. Although he was in human form, his body had the characteristics of various immortal birds and strange beasts, such as Kuan Pung wings, bull horns, Chilan armor, and so on. When all of these were combined, he looked like another tyrant body. This person was the beast deity. The other person was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair. He was full of vigor, and he looked like a peak ancient emperor. This was the spiritual emperor. He was also a holy spirit, but he was not a stone fetus. He was born from innate essence. There was no aura of old age on his body, and it was as if he had never severed himself. The last person was a supreme being from the human clan. His white hair was loose, and he looked a little old. His long and narrow eyes were as sharp as a blade. This person was the last supreme being in the ruins of God. Buzz! The void shook, and Zhou Tong walked in from outside the sword array. He looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. There are only 3 supreme beings left in the ruins of God. I'll give you a chance to ascend to the extreme. You might have a chance to fight with me. Zhou Tong looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. Tyrant body, do you really want to kill us all? You're not the only supreme being in the world. The spiritual emperor snorted. Are you talking about the blood phoenix? Don't worry, the The reincarnation sea will be handed over to her, Zhou Tong said, and the three supreme beings were shocked. The blood phoenix and the tyrant body were working together to destroy them. I know, you're plotting against the immortal ascension road on the flying immortal planet. That immortal ascension road might be the correct one, and there might be a limited number of people. You two are afraid that we'll interfere with you. The beast deity thought of this almost instantly. Kill. The beast deity attacked as soon as he finished speaking. He had already sublimated to the extreme. In a split second, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Emperor, Tao, natural laws covered heaven and earth as they descended. The Kuan Peng struck the heavens. The Qilin suppressed the great earth. The beast god's law was somewhat similar to Zhou Tong's tyrant ancestral body. He must have obtained some remnant pages of the treasured techniques of the Vicious Ten. Therefore, he had evolved into such a state. Boom! The heaven and earth shook as an invincible aura spread out. An unparalleled battle intent permeated the air, shaking the heavens. This was a peerless offensive power, too ferocious and tyrannical. Zhou Tong met the beast deity's attack head-on with his combat immortal art. Just a simple palm strike, coupled with the secret character of power, instantly caused a terrifying aura to shake the world. It was ferocious and domineering, directly attacking the beast deity. This kind of method was really shocking. Even the other two supreme beings were quite shocked. Boom! This attack was absolutely tyrannical, unparalleled in the world. Ever since the Blood Phoenix incarnation proved his Tao, he had been studying the Heaven's Core imprint, using it to prove his Tao and improve it further. Now that he had made his first move, he had already reached an unprecedented peak. Kacha! The beast deity's arm that collided with Zhou Tong exploded inch by inch on the spot, turning into the most terrifying Great Emperor's blood rain. Some of the blood bones even pierced the beast deity's body, penetrating it. This palm strike shocked everyone. Zhou Tong actually shattered one of the beast deity's arms with a single palm strike. Such a terrifying divine might was rarely matched by anyone throughout the ages. It was just a single strike. It actually embarrassed the beast deity who had already reached the pinnacle. It was simply unimaginable. Let's attack together. Even if we die today, we must take away half of his life. The white-haired supreme being roared. The tyrant physique in front of him was too powerful. He was already prepared to die. He would rather bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent. Half of his life? You're thinking too much. Zhou Tong's indifferent voice resounded. His whole body was covered in purple energy. Purple light burst out from his body, making him look like a war god wearing a purple armor. He collided head-on with a white-haired supreme being and directly hit him until he coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Tyrant physique die. Emperor Ling also roared. A silver-white spirit saber flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a waterfall, slashing toward Zhou Tong. There seemed to be immortal feathers fluttering in the void. They were holy and flawless, accompanied by a terrifying immortal will and an eternal killing intent. This was the ascension power of Emperor Ling, the light of ascension. Radiant platinum saber? Good stuff, it's mine. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and stared at the radiant gold spirit saber. The light in his right hand surged as he activated the imperishable scripture and directly faced the saber. Clang! A blazing light exploded in the void. The saber chi surged and collided with Zhou Tong's arm. The world exploded, and the whole battlefield was shocked. Zhou Tong's arm collided with the divine feathers of ascension. He was actually unharmed. Then his palm and fingers shook, and the silver-white spirit saber was completely shattered. Clang! A light flashed between Zhou Tong's eyebrows, and the tyrant bell swallowed Emperor Ling's spirit saber. You! Emperor Ling's expression was extremely ugly, but he was also extremely shocked. This kind of method was far beyond his expectations. It was too strong. You what? Kill! Zhou Tong walked proudly. With a single step, the heavens and earth spun. He raised his hand to attack the spirit emperor, fighting a great battle with this unconventional saint spirit. They clashed repeatedly, and each of his fists drew blood. Zhou physical body was incomparably strong. Even if he didn't use the power of the tyrant physique, he could easily defeat an Emperor Realm expert with his flawless scarlet blood state. He didn't even use the secret of all. In just 13 punches, Emperor Ling's physical body was directly split open by Zhou Tong. He vomited blood heavily. Then, Zhou Tong collided with the white-haired sovereign. His body shook violently, and his physical body directly exploded. The three ascended supreme beings were completely suppressed by Zhou Tong, even after joining hands. Emperor blood splashed everywhere. The world became hazy. Zhou Tong's black hair was disheveled, and he looked like a demon god. He was unstoppable, and his fists were bound to bleed. The beast god, Emperor Ling, and the white-haired sovereign all had disheveled hair. Their bodies were cracked and covered in blood. This battle was simply a disgrace to them. When had they ever encountered such a battle? However, the unscathed tyrant physique in front of them was too terrifying. The flawless scarlet blood on his body was enough to make them incomparably envious. They didn't have such chi and blood even at their peak. Clang! Zhou Tong's eyes opened and closed, and cold lightning shot out. He accurately grasped the opportunity. When he noticed that the three supremes in front of him had a slight change in their mentality, he immediately activated the tyrant bell. The long sound of the bell shook the world. Billions of bell waves drowned the three supremes like the waves of the vast sea. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Zhou Tong activated the war, immortal art, and the secret of all. His divine power was unparalleled, and 3 consecutive punches blew up the three supremes at the same time. The tyrant bell flew down, and the mouth of the bell seemed to swallow the sky. It swallowed the broken bodies and primordial spirits of the three supremes at the same time. Then, with a clang, the three supremes were shattered at the same time. 3 more bloodstains appeared on the tyrant bell, making it even more simple and unadorned. There was an indescribable charm to it. The three supremes are no longer a challenge. They can't even force out my ancestral body. Zhou Tong shook his head. The spirit treasure sword formation is only something to prevent you from escaping. It's completely useless. Zhou Tong waved his hand and put away the sword formation. Then his eyes focused and looked at the other side. It's better not to stain the 9 Phoenix furnace with too much blood. I'm going to use it as an alchemy furnace. Zhou Tong grabbed his tyrant bell and smashed it toward the other side of the battlefield. Chapter 605. In the starry sky, the battle became more and more intense. Several Supremes began to risk their lives. Fellow Taoists from the Reincarnation Sea, how long are you going to slack off? Aren't you going to ascend? Don't forget, we came into being for your Reincarnation Sea. Immortal Mausoleum Supreme roared at Unfettered Heavenly Venerable. I really don't want to be exposed. Unfettered Heavenly Venerable from the Reincarnation Seaside. At the same time, his entire body shone, erupting with a terrifying aura. Divine runes imprinted all over the universe. What? Unfettered Heavenly Venerable, it's actually you? When I was confirming my Tao, it was you who came to seize my fortune. Immortal Mausoleum Supreme was shocked and furious. It was actually his enemy, and he was actually risking his life to save his enemy. Let's talk about private grudges later. The most important thing now is to kill Blood Phoenix. White Tiger Taoist reassembled his body and shouted in a low voice. Unfettered Heavenly Venerable ascended, and the battle situation escalated once again. In the entire universe, countless star fields exploded. The entire universe's desolate border was almost beaten into chaos, and even the chaos was boiling. Is this battle going to destroy the world? All living beings in the universe were trembling. Even those geniuses who had already cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm were trembling with fear. They couldn't withstand the aftermath of this battle. Once they got close, they would definitely be killed by the aftermath. Kill! Unfettered heavenly venerable speed was too fast. His entire body was sparkling and brilliant, and his feather clothes fluttered. He used the esoteric word to the extreme, and his every move was like a flying immortal. Since ancient times, in the field of speed, I have been supreme. Blood Phoenix, although your speed surpasses that of ordinary supremes, you are still not qualified to be compared to me. Unfettered heavenly venerable was very confident. This was the domain of his Tao. He firmly believed that only he could hit his opponent, and no one could hit him. However, at this moment, with a rumble, a resplendent nine-colored immortal light flew over from the outer realm. It streaked across the dark universe and pierced through the boundless cold star field. With fragments of time, it forcefully suppressed unfettered heavenly venerable. Not good, Overlord body. Unfettered heavenly venerable's heart trembled. Could it be that the Overlord body had already dealt with the ruins of God? However, what shocked unfettered heavenly venerable was that his shocking immortal speed seemed to be completely useless in front of this big bell. Bell suppressing time. This was the ultimate profundity that Zhou had been preparing for when his warlord bell had just been refined. Fragments of time danced in the air, and the entire world trembled. A wave of pressure surged forward. The tyrant bell erupted with the most fundamental sovereign law. For a moment, time, space, and time seemed to have frozen. Clang! With the sound of a bell, the carefree, exalted celestial let out a blood-curdling scream. He was completely destroyed, and all the brilliance around his body turned into darkness. He was struck by Zhou Overlord Bell with full force, and his corporeal body directly exploded in the starry sky. At the moment when the unfettered exalted celestial's origin spirit was about to escape, the blood phoenix wings swept through the air and pressed down on the unfettered exalted celestial's origin spirit. Furthermore, using the origin spirit as a hammer, it violently struck the bell. Clang! The sound of a bell, accompanied by the wails of tens of thousands of Daos, reverberated throughout the universe. Empyrean Carefree had fallen. Then, the mouth of the bell sucked, and the unfettered exalted celestial turned into the 12th blood-colored mark on the bell. Unfettered exalted celestial was killed by the tyrant body. With the tyrant celestial emperor and celestial emperor Huang working together, the white tiger Taoist, immortal mausoleum supreme, and Emperor Wanlong will definitely die. Countless cheers came from the starry sky of the universe. Everyone disliked the Emperor of the Forbidden Zone, regardless of whether he had started the dark turmoil or not. However, there were also people who were worried. They were the descendants of the Emperor Wanlong's bloodline. They knew that their progenitor had no chance of survival and was definitely not a match for the tyrant body and the blood phoenix. Clang! The bell waves were boundless, and they turned into ripples that swept through the universe. The millions of marks on the walls of the Overlord Bell lit up at the same time, especially the marks condensed from the blood essence of the emperors. They were incomparably bright, and the brilliant brilliance suppressed the entire world. At this moment, everyone felt as if time had stopped for a moment. Zhou bell waves trembled slightly, and there were already signs of it suppressing the time and years of a world. This bell, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The marks on the walls of the bell were too terrifying. Including the unfettered exalted celestial, there were actually the blood essence marks of 12 emperors. This bell had already drunk the blood of 12 supreme emperors. Could it be that it is going to turn into a supreme weapon like the immortal bell? Some supreme beings were trembling. Truly a variable. Perhaps the strongest person in history will emerge in this world. A supreme being said coldly. Zhou bell had already frightened him. 12 supreme emperors. If this bell continued to drink blood, it might even turn into an immortal weapon ahead of time. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Big Dipper shook violently. Origin, ancient mine, high heavens, and immortal mausoleum, these three great forbidden lands all shone. Emperor Qi surged, and countless supreme beings were shocked. The few of you will also stop here. At this time, Zhou Tong's true body also came to the battlefield where the Blood Phoenix's incarnation was. There wasn't a trace of injury on his body, and his cold gaze made Taoist White Tiger, Emperor Wan Long, and Immortal Mausoleum Supreme being despair. That's right, it was despair. Previously, when facing Celestial Emperor Huang, they were suppressed 4-1. It wasn't easy for the unfettered Exalted Celestial to sublimate to the extreme, and only then did they slightly stabilize their footing. But now, Zhou Tong directly insta-killed the most threatening, unfettered Exalted Celestial as soon as he arrived. How could they fight now? In this world, with me here, the Forbidden Lands can't be unbridled. Fellow Taoist Blood Phoenix, temporarily support me. Zhou Tong's gaze swept over the remaining 3 supreme beings, and then directly used a heavy blow. Boom! He rushed into the battlefield, directly activating the War Immortal Art and the secret of all, punching Immortal Mausoleum Supreme Being until his body cracked, and large amounts of blood fell. Before he could stabilize his body, the bell had already rushed over, smashing him into pieces. And this strike also completely shook the entire star field. Immortal Mausoleum's Supreme Being roared, wanting to reform his true body. Taoist White Tiger and the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons also hurried over to help. However, Zhou Tong's figure turned, and a pair of Kuan Peng wings grew on his back. With a flap of his wings, the universe's starry sky completely collapsed. Yin and Yang circulated, and golden feathers with specks of black spots shone brightly, illuminating the starry sky, blocking Taoist White Tiger and the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons. Then, Zhou Tong took a step forward, and time reversed. He appeared in front of Immortal Mausoleum's Supreme Being who had reformed his body. His left hand grabbed his neck, and his right hand grabbed his shoulder. With a shake of his arms, he directly tore Immortal Mausoleum's Supreme Being apart. Blood splattered. Immortal Mausoleum's primordial spirit wanted to escape, but the bell descended from the sky, sucking this primordial spirit into it to suppress and refine it. Next, Zhou Tong's body was bathed in the Supreme Being's blood, and his expression was cold. He was simply like a demon god that had walked out of hell. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of Taoist White Tiger and the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons, causing them to feel fear in their hearts. Was he a war demon or a war immortal? He was simply invincible. Since ancient times, who could kill a supreme being as easily as killing a chicken? Rumble. Zhou Tong's blood chi soared into the sky. His aura was simply about to shake the heavens and earth. The true blood of the heavens in his body surged. His body was like a huge furnace. His terrifying aura was like a stormy sea that rushed into the universe, causing countless stars in the universe to tremble. Clang! Zhou Tong slammed down with his palm, directly sending the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons and his imperial weapon flying. His entire body cracked, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the bell of 10,000 Dragons was crippled, turning into a dumbbell. Then, the bell descended, shattered the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons and his imperial weapon, and then directly took them away. Then, Zhou Tong looked at the last supreme, Taoist White Tiger. Clang! Zhou Tong flicked his finger, and the sword chi of the grass symbol sword technique was unparalleled. The terrifying sword light penetrated Taoist White Tiger's body, and blood splattered 30,000 feet high. Then he rushed up and punched, completely killing Taoist White Tiger on the spot. The last drop of essence blood rushed into the bell, turning into a White Tiger imprint. The universe was completely silent. All the supreme beings on the battlefield were killed by Zhou Tong. Looking at the scene of tens of thousands of whales, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Just how strong was he? Even the great emperors of the current era were like his support. It was as if in front of his unparalleled aura, the great emperors of the current era were nothing. Chapter 606. The tyrant body destroyed the divine ruins in one battle and even rushed over to kill 4 supremes. This news was like a storm that swept across the universe, shocking everyone. This battle record was too glorious, and it was hard to believe. This was especially true for the Ji family, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake, which had produced great emperors and quelled chaos. They felt like they were in a dream. Why wasn't it so easy for their ancestors to defeat Supremes? They still remembered when the Void Emperor faced many Supremes, blood spilled in the starry sky. They also remembered that Eternal Universe Great Emperor left after killing a supreme existence in the Primordium Ancient Mind. Even the invincible Great Emperor Wu Shi didn't sweep through the forbidden zones like this. God bless the world. The tyrant body won. The dark chaos didn't happen. The tyrant celestial emperor is invincible. Cheers came from all over the starry sky. Anyone who knew this news was full of reverence and trembling. He's even stronger than Father, Himiko thought to himself. He hasn't proven his Tao yet. However, more people were wondering if Zhou Tong would fight with Celestial Emperor Huang. In everyone's eyes, Celestial Emperor Huang, who had achieved the Tao with the Blood Phoenix, was Zhou Tong's greatest enemy. I hope they fight. It's best if they perish together. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons kept cursing in their hearts. They hated Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix to the bone and hoped that they would perish together. BZZZ. While the starry sky was cheering for Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix, the Big Dipper suddenly became a little blurry. Everyone was shocked to find that the forbidden zones in the Big Dipper seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy fog. They couldn't see them anymore. As I expected, these forbidden zones can't take it anymore and want to escape. Zhou Tong sneered in his heart. Rumble. However, at this moment, immortal light shot into the sky above the Big Dipper. Chaotic energy surged in the Primordium Ancient Mind. Endless immortal light was like a tide, completely drowning the Primordium Ancient Mind. The immortal light was divided into 9 colors and contained an unimaginably terrifying divine power. An earth-shattering roar came from the Primordium Ancient Mind. Damn it, what's this? A Supremacy's slightly panicked voice spread across the universe. Immortal weapon. It's actually an immortal weapon. You actually have another immortal weapon. Another Supremacy roared. His voice resounded across the universe, shaking everyone's heart. Celestial Emperor actually had another immortal weapon? Was it the Desolate Tower or the Immortal Bell? Or did he reconstruct the immortal? However, when everyone looked over, they were immediately shocked. The so-called immortal weapon was actually a diamond chakram that emitted 9-colored immortal light. Celestial, immortal, that's him, immortal. Immortal, celestial, immortal. Yifan was also somewhat dumbfounded. He knew Zhou Tong the most about diamond carving, but he couldn't imagine that the great sage tool of the past would reach the immortal tool level now. I understand now. He has already completely grasped the profound mysteries of the 9 great immortal metal, and has also perfectly linked up these profound mysteries. How many trump cards does he have up his sleeves? Fairy Zishao also exclaimed. Zhou Tong was simply unfathomable. No one knew what his trump card was, or whether he had an even stronger trump card. His bell still hasn't become an immortal artifact. It seems like when it comes to his Tao-proving artifact, he is still quite cautious, not daring to rashly connect with all of the immortal gold profound mysteries. Yifan was deep in thought. His bell has fused with the myriad source chi and the 9-colored immortal gold. It possesses such divine might. Will my cauldron be able to do the same in the future? Yifan placed his attention on his own cauldron, deep in thought. At this time, Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix incarnation had already descended into the Big Dipper. As expected, 2 forbidden areas escaped. The High Heavens and the Immortal Mausoleum escaped. The Blood Phoenix incarnation waved its sleeve, dispersing the fog that enveloped the Immortal Mausoleum and the High Heavens. The 2 forbidden areas had already completely disappeared into the Big Dipper. There's only one immortal artifact. Naturally, I can only leave it for the origin ancient mine, Zhou Tong said leisurely. Zhou Tong didn't dare to guarantee that the origin ancient mine didn't have the most supremes, but he was determined to obtain this mine, because the Destiny Stone in the ancient mine was a necessary material to refine the 9 Revolution Golden Pill. Destiny Stones in the entire universe were almost all concentrated in the origin ancient mine. There are almost no Destiny Stones in other places. However, it's about time for the final battle to begin. Zhou Tong stared at the origin ancient mine. Then, he reached out a hand toward the origin ancient mine, uprooting it from the ground of the Big Dipper and placing it in the mythical battlefield. The mythical battlefield was a battlefield specially for supremes and great emperors to fight. There were a lot of ancient emperors in the origin ancient mine, so he had to go all out. Fight! With a battle cry, Zhou Tong directly rushed toward the origin ancient mine in the mythical battlefield. The Blood Phoenix incarnation didn't participate in the battle. Instead, it quietly guarded not far away to prevent any supremes from escaping. It had to be said that even though so many supremes had died in the origin ancient mine, the number of supremes inside was still somewhat unimaginable. There were a total of 7 ancient emperors, including the Corpse Emperor, the Golden Ancient Emperor, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain Ancient Emperor. Facing 7 ancient emperors alone, even the current Zhou Tong had to show his true ability without using the 10 heavenly rings. This was because although he could easily defeat supremes, he couldn't directly kill them in half a move. As long as he didn't kill them instantly, there was a chance that they would be rescued by other supremes. With all his strength, the tyrant ancestral body and furnace of fighting intent appeared at the same time. Together with the combat immortal art, their power was unparalleled. Boom! Zhou Tong's battle intent surged. He directly killed his way into the 7 ancient emperors alone. He was incomparably ferocious, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He was invincible. His claws shook the world, his Qilin stepped on the starry sky, and his Kuan Peng wings were unparalleled. He attacked with all his strength, causing a few supremes to vomit blood. Of course, there were also some wounds on his body, but they healed in the blink of an eye. Those wounds were almost negligible to him. Impossible! How can he be so fierce? An ancient emperor's expression was ugly. He hasn't proven his Tao yet. How can he be so strong? Another ancient emperor was almost in despair. This kind of gap was simply the difference between heaven and earth. The only thing they could do was to rely on the cooperation of many supremes to forcefully hold on. However, they were supremes who didn't have much lifespan left. In terms of endurance, how could they compete with the tyrant body in peak condition? Moreover, what made these supremes feel even more despair was that Zhou Tong's attacks were getting stronger and stronger under the furnace of battle intent, while their conditions were deteriorating bit by bit. Zhou Tong's right hand burst out with resplendent immortal light and endless runes. He slammed down heavily, shattering his supremes. The tyrant bell rang for a long time, and the bell wave shook, turning this supreme's body into mud and his primordial spirit into dust. The first supremes had fallen, followed by the second and third. Moreover, the rate of their deaths was getting faster and faster. With the last scream of the ancient Golden Emperor, the battle finally came to an end. 7 supremes had fallen at the same time. Chapter 607. The Primordium Ancient Mine has been pacified. This news was like a peerless storm that spread to all corners of the universe. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another forbidden zone had been destroyed by the Overlord body. There were 7 forbidden zones in the universe: the Primordium Ancient Mine, the Ruins of God, the Reincarnation Sea, the High Heavens, the Immortal Mausoleum, and the Immortal Mountain. If the Underworld was included, there would be 8. However, after Zhou Tong appeared out of nowhere, he had immediately destroyed the Immortal Mountain after the battle on the Immortal Ascension Road. Then, he had destroyed the Underworld when he was transcending the 9-stage heavenly tribulation. In this battle, He had destroyed the 3 forbidden zones, the ruins of God, the reincarnation sea, and the primordium ancient mine. Zhou Tong had destroyed 5 of the 8 forbidden zones in the starry sky alone. Such achievements were enough to be remembered forever. At that moment, the starry sky was in an uproar. It took decades for it to calm down. At that moment, everyone realized that an unprecedented era had arrived. There was no longer the threat of forbidden zones above all the geniuses. They no longer needed to hide their tribulation and could transcend it with ease. However, at the same time, more people were worried that Zhou Tong would go against Celestial Emperor Huang. Although the two of them had worked together to destroy the Forbidden Zone, would they really continue to work together like this? Countless guesses appeared in the universe, but they were also worried about what the two of them would do next. Zhou Tong put the primordium ancient mine into the 10 grotto heaven divine ring and returned to the divine realm. On the other side, the Blood Phoenix incarnation did not return to the divine realm with Zhou Tong. Instead, it walked in the starry sky. When Zhou Tong had dealt with the hidden danger of the immortal emperor, he had obtained all the coordinates of Shakyamuni's 18 levels of hell. Now, it was time to bring out the demons that had been sealed for a long time. The Blood Phoenix, who had attained her Tao, was extremely powerful. After knowing the coordinates, she broke through hell and forcefully brought out all the demons that had been sealed. These demons had been sealed for thousands of years and had no idea what had happened in the outside world. Some of the demons had wanted to attack the Blood Phoenix when they had just been born, but under the pressure of the real Emperor's Tao, all the demons had knelt down without exception. After that, the Blood Phoenix brought these demons to Big Dipper and announced to the entire universe that she would establish the Demon Immortal Court. That's right, it was the demon race. In the process of Zhou Tong's rise, the demon race had contributed greatly, so this Blood Phoenix incarnation could be considered as helping the demon race. In fact, the Big Dipper's so-called ancient clans were not much different from the demon clan. It was just that many ancient clans were extremely powerful back then, so they became independent clans and no longer call themselves demon clans. If the demon emperor had wanted to, he could have easily established a tribe similar to the nest of 10,000 dragons. If the Azure the Arch had wanted to, he could have also established an independent Azure Lotus tribe. And just when the Blood Phoenix announced the establishment of the demon race Immortal Court, the Blood Phoenix Mountain was even more furious. Not only did the Blood Phoenix not return to the clan, but she also established the demon race Immortal Court. She was simply a traitor. However, after hearing these words, the Blood Phoenix only smiled. You mixed blood phoenixes want me to acknowledge my ancestors? She was probably still asleep. Soon after, the entire Big Dipper became a sacred ground for all the races in the universe. The various clan leaders of the demon race all led their heroes and geniuses to pay their respects to the great emperor of the present age. Their might suppressed the entire universe. This Celestial the Archwang was definitely a miracle. Although he didn't manage to kill any of the Supremes in that battle, his battle prowess was enough to make him a legend in the entire universe. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The demon race Immortal Court became stronger and stronger, reigning supreme in the universe. The Celestial the Archwang would occasionally reveal miracles and patrol the universe. Compared to the Blood Phoenix, Zhou Tong was much more low-key. He had not revealed any miracles in 100 years. At the same time, in the divine territory, Zhou Tong was still sitting cross-legged on his Tao platform quietly. The Overlord Bell hung above his head, simple and natural. The current Overlord Bell had been completely repaired with a 9-colored immortal metal. After conquering so many forbidden areas and refining all kinds of immortal materials and emperor weapons in those forbidden areas, this bell was even bigger than before. Just the 9-colored immortal gold immortal material was enough to make the bell reach a height of 12 meters. This bell floated quietly above Zhou Tong's head. The 22 bloodstains on it were especially eye-catching. They were the Supremes that Zhou Tong had killed over the years. Suddenly, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He had synchronized everything with the blood phoenix's incarnation. Then, he shook his head helplessly. The materials are still too hard to find. No wonder so many ancient emperors could not refine the 9 revolutions golden pill. The time is still too short. It is indeed difficult to find enough materials in a mere 100 years. But there is no need to rush. I have enough time to wait. Zhou Tong got up and put away his bell. He turned and walked to another garden. Father! Father! 2 childish voices were heard at the same time. 2 little fellows swaggered over. They looked to be about 1 year old, a boy and a girl. Zhou Tong smiled and squatted down. He picked up the 2 little fellows. These 2 children were Zhou Tong's children. They were twins. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to have children. Zhou Tong and Yin Ruyu only had these 2 children for hundreds of years. Their surname was Zhou Tong, and their name was Yin Ruyu. The boy was called Zhou Lang, and the girl was called Zhou Ying. Both children had inherited Zhou Tong's tyrant body bloodline. When they were born, they had the ability to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although they were not pure-blooded tyrant bodies, they had inherited Zhou Tong's evolved tyrant body bloodline. Therefore, they were not weaker than ordinary tyrant bodies. However, Zhou Tong still sealed part of their origin to prevent their cultivation from increasing too rapidly. He could only unseal it bit by bit when their cultivation reached a certain level in the future. Zhou Tong played with the 2 children for a while. Then, they were tired and gradually fell asleep. Not long after, Yin Ruyu came over and took the boy from Zhou Tong's hands. With a trace of doting in her eyes, she said, "Have you really decided to send Lang to the tyrant body ancestral star? The divine domain walks the path of faith. It's not suitable for him to grow. The tyrant body ancestral star is more suitable for him." Zhou Tong was very strict with his son. He did not want him to be indulged in his parents' love in the future. In a few hundred years, the immortal ascension road of the flying immortal star will open. This is the correct immortal ascension road. Do you want to go to the immortal domain? Zhou Tong asked after pondering for a while. The correct immortal ascension road? What about you? Yin Ruyu was shocked. There are many ways to become an immortal. The immortal ascension road may not be the only one. Moreover, the immortal ascension road only allows you to enter the immortal domain. It doesn't guarantee that you can become an immortal. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, it's easier to become an immortal in the immortal domain. If you want to go, I'll open a path for you. You haven't achieved the Tao yet. You still have a chance to enter the immortal ascension road, Zhou Tong said in the end. You mean I can't enter after achieving the Tao? Yin Ruyu was shocked. There's a problem with the immortal domain. It was torn apart during the war of the chaotic ancient era. Every piece of the immortal domain is actually just a fragment. Since it's a fragment, it won't be very strong. It will spontaneously resist the invasion of the outside world. Those who haven't achieved the Tao can go directly. However, after achieving the Tao, you have to wash off your Tao fruit, Zhou Tong explained. Wash off my Tao fruit. Yin Ruyu was a little conflicted. Although her cultivation was not high, it was the crystallization of her life's wisdom. She still wanted to continue cultivating and achieve the Tao. In the future, was it really worth it to wash off her Tao fruit to become an immortal? If you don't want to, then forget it. There are other ways to become an immortal. Zhou Tong also saw that Yin Ruyu was a little conflicted. He did not persuade her anymore. In the future, when the immortal ascension road opened, if she wanted to go, he could send her in. After all, only the high heavens and the immortal mausoleum were left in the forbidden zone. They had already gone into hiding. Even if the immortal ascension road opened, they would not dare to come out. Wasn't this immortal ascension road still decided by Zhou Tong? Chapter 608. After accompanying the 2 children for a few years, Zhou Tong finally decided to go into seclusion once again. In the same floating island, Zhou Tong took out a wooden box. When he returned to Big Dipper from the Z-Way segmentum, he had obtained this on the way, the God Flower. Now that he had cultivated to his current realm, he could finally plant the flower for Real. There were a total of 3 strange flowers in this world. They were like immortal divine medicines. They were extremely mysterious and had shocking origins. The first was the demon god flower. It was a supreme treasure of the demon race. It only bloomed once every 50,000 years. It was rumored that the Azure the Arch and the Demon King had absorbed the essence of this flower. The second was the unification flower. It was rumored that the moment this flower bloomed, it could make one integrate with the Tao and become an emperor in the future. The last was the god flower. This was the most brilliant flower in the world. It was extremely beautiful, but only the great emperors of ancient could appreciate it. It was rumored that the god flower fell from the celestial region. It contained the great path rules of the celestial region. Zhou Tong opened the box and planted this mysterious plant beside him. Suddenly, the plant swayed and emitted a brilliant rain of light. Then, he poured the divine spring. Suddenly, the plant crazily absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. The crystal-clear leaves seemed to have a demonic nature. They directly absorbed the essence of the universe from the void. After absorbing enough essence, the flower bud trembled slightly. Suddenly, with a pop, a petal bloomed. At this moment, the rain of light drowned the entire floating island where Zhou Tong was. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep as he stared at the rain of light. He saw that there seemed to be immortals dancing in the rain of light. It looked mysterious and brilliant. Oh! The petals of the god flower bloomed one after another. It was gorgeous and beautiful. There was also a fragrance that rushed into the sky. Especially when the last petal bloomed, the entire divine region had a light that rushed into the sky and pierced through the universe. No one knew what was happening here, but everyone was shocked. This light was too shocking. Moreover, even Zhou Tong revealed a trace of disbelief in his eyes, because within that intoxicating brilliance, a fairy flew out from the flower and began to dance. This was the stamen of the god flower. It was a fairy that was as tall as a fist. It danced above the flower, disturbing the mortal world, cutting off time, and disturbing the universe. Seems like the god flower might really be related to the immortal region. Zhou Tong's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the flower before him. All the phenomena vanished before his eyes, leaving behind only the resplendent inscriptions of the origin. The divine flower bloomed. It bloomed for a full 200 years before turning back into a seed. It wanted to break through the air and fly away, but Zhou Tong casually grabbed it and sent it into his 10 paradise divine ring. The next time it blooms will be 100,000 years from now. Furthermore, the place where it blooms will be within my 10 paradise divine ring. Zhou Tong's eyes were incomparably deep. In the past 200 years, he had benefited greatly from the god flower. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of vicious, countless secret techniques. For example, the flower blossoming with a thought and the 3,000 worlds. These secret techniques had undoubtedly been created by Vicious after observing the divine flowers. I also understand why some of the secret techniques of Yi Fan in the original work would appear with flowers. The god flower's influence on people is too great. Zhou Tong also sighed. He casually pointed a finger, and a speck of light grew in the void. Finally, it turned into a blooming divine flower. This was a divine technique that Zhou Tong had created in the past 200 years, and it was also comprehended from the runes of the god flower. Zhou Tong flicked a finger, and this flower instantly flew out of the divine realm. Then it took root in the void and continuously absorbed the essence of heaven and earth in the void. Finally, it nurtured a brand new small world. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth were split open. Although this world was only a small world, there was abundant essence of heaven and earth inside. The great Tao rumbled, and it was a supreme divine land. Moreover, this small world was not small. It was not smaller than the eastern wilderness of the Big Dipper. This small world, I'll send it to the ancient starry sky path. Consider it a fortune that I left for the ancient starry sky path. As for who can obtain it, And when they can obtain it, that will depend on luck. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the small world was sent to a checkpoint on the ancient path of the human race, where it was hidden. It's also the profound meaning of one flower, one world. This move of mine is undoubtedly a step further than Fierce Emperor's 3,000 worlds. This is a unique, profound meaning that belongs to me. It is also the supreme great Tao that I have comprehended from the Godflower and the 10 Paradise Divine Ring over the years, Zhou Tong thought to himself. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tong looked at the reincarnation mirror. Now, perhaps if I use all my divine power, I can barely send one of my true fates into another world. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, but he was still somewhat hesitant. He was afraid that if he sent out his new true fates, it would be like the 9-leaf sword grass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Koan Peng, sent directly to a certain time in the past. What I need is a brand new cultivation system, not a true life of reincarnation. Zhou Tong sighed softly in his heart. In fact, he had roughly figured out the approximate time of his 3 true fates, the 9-leaf sword grass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Koan Peng. There was no doubt that these 3 true fates cultivated the immortal Tao. Whether it was the immortal ancient method, the chaotic method, or the heaven-shrouding method, they all belonged to the immortal Tao. What Zhou Tong wanted to see was other cultivation systems, such as the legendary divine Tao of the gods. Faith system, perhaps I could take a step further? Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and couldn't help but think of a secret technique, divine self. This was a secret technique used by the immortal emperor and the Amitabha emperor, which condensed the power of faith and turned it into a divine self. The immortal emperor's divine self was the immortal Taoist, while the Amitabha emperor's divine self was the great Buddha that collapsed on the path to immortality. Do I have to create a divine self too? Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then shook his head. Forget it. I won't think about this problem for now. Anyway, my power of faith isn't strong enough to create a divine self. Let's wait for my second life for the next true fate, Zhou Tong said softly, and at the same time his bell flew out from his forehead. The bell was made of 9-colored immortal gold, and it was surrounded by primal chaos and myriad origin energy. This bell was now stained with the blood of 22 Supremes, and it wasn't far from becoming a true immortal tool. When my bell truly transforms into an immortal tool, when I truly start my second life on the path to immortality, then I'll think about the fourth life. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Currently, he could only be considered to be at the peak of the human Tao. Perhaps if he truly wanted to break through the world and go to other worlds, he would need to have the strength of a true immortal tool. Currently, there was no immortal tribulation in this world, so Zhou Tong couldn't determine when he would be considered to have the strength of a true immortal tool. Therefore, he could only use the simplest and most direct method, and that was to determine when his Tao confirming tool would become an immortal tool. When his Tao confirming tool became an immortal tool, it was enough to prove that his strength had reached the immortal tool. Of course, Zhou Tong's bell was a bit special. It had refined too many ancient emperors' magic tools and drank too much ancient emperor's blood. It had already reached an unprecedented height, and it might have reached the true immortal tool earlier than him. Therefore, the best thing was to wait for his second life. Chapter 609. The flying immortal star had magnificent mountains and rivers. Waterfalls cascaded down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. Ancient forests were densely packed with savage beasts and immortal birds. It was a beautiful world, but it was getting more and more restless recently. All the experts on the star were extremely uneasy, and countless strange beasts were roaring. This was because the center of the star was getting more and more terrifying. Countless ancient tablets had appeared, and devil chi and immortal fog were steaming there. Everyone knew that the road to immortality was about to open, and many old cultivators had rushed there. And at this moment, Zhou Tong arrived. He didn't conceal his presence in the slightest and directly descended upon this sealed land, shaking the sea of stars. This was a truly invincible existence descending here. No one dared to ignore him. Many quasi-emperors were even frightened. They were afraid that Zhou Tong would drive them away and monopolize the road to immortality. Zhou Tong came here and looked at the tablets one by one. They are all sealed tablets, and there aren't many daos and techniques recorded on them. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and sat down cross-legged. The nine-colored light between his eyebrows flickered, and the tyrant bell trembled slightly. A bell wave flew out, and suddenly strands of daos appeared between heaven and earth. These were the great daos of the cultivators who had appeared here for countless years. In particular, there were some daos and techniques left behind by the venerable emperor, such as the techniques he used to seal this place. Zhou Tong sat there quietly for a year, comprehending a little, and then left. He went directly to the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star. Today, the Tyrant Body Ancestral Star had undergone a huge change. A new dynasty had appeared on the Ancestral Star. This was a dynasty that Zhou Tong's son, Zhou Lang, had established in the past few hundred years, the Great Zhou Dynasty. I haven't seen you for a few hundred years, and I didn't expect to be a grandfather. Zhou Tong stood in the void and looked down. However, soon, Zhou Tong saw his daughter-in-law, and his face darkened. Lang Er's wife is the pearl of the Tsang family, the blind date that Xianming introduced to me. You old guys have been plotting for my bloodline for a long time. However, Zhou Tong didn't care too much. It was fine as long as his son liked it. He continued to stroll around the ancestral planet before returning to the ancestral cave of the Overlord body. The path to immortality on the flying immortal star is about to open. Are the three of you willing to go to the immortal region? Zhou Tong looked at the three mighty bodies and asked directly. You're not going? Kenglin asked. Now that Celestial Emperor Huang is suppressing the myriad Daos, even you won't be able to break the shackles of the myriad Daos. The one who should be heading to the immortal realm should be you. Zhou Tong shook his head. If you want to go to the immortal realm through this path, you have to wash off your Dao fruit. It is impossible for a different kind of existence to pass through there unscathed, so I gave up. My wife and children have also decided to stay with me. They are not willing to walk that path, so I have no choice but to ask you. What about Heavenly Emperor Huang? Aren't you going to ask him what he thinks? Kuan-Gu was a little surprised. That Celestial the Arch Huang was no weakling. She was able to suppress 4 Supremes on her own, so her combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Although he knew that Zhou Tong's combat prowess might be a little stronger, he was not giving face to Celestial the Arch Huang by directly assigning all of the slots to his own people. It's all right. He has no objections. He won't get involved in the path of immortality. He won't be willing to wash off his Dao fruit, Zhou Tong said softly. The entire Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave fell silent. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. If a sub-thearch were to enter at this moment, they would most likely tremble in fear from this oppressive aura. After a long period of silence, Xianming finally spoke. You actually want to reform our Tyrant Body lineage, right? I know that you have a good relationship with the holy physique of this life. You didn't come from the Tyrant Body Ancestral planet, but you somehow grew up together with a holy physique. I can't blame you for that. The enmity that has been imprinted on our bodies for generations can no longer be erased. If you want to resolve the enmity between the tyrant body and the holy physique, sending us away is the best choice. Xianming looked at Zhou Tong. His eyes seemed to have seen through everything. He also roughly understood Zhou Tong's thoughts and ideas, which were to reform the tyrant body lineage. That's right, I want to reform the tyrant body lineage. The tyrant body lineage will have a more glorious future in the future, so there's no need to immerse ourselves in hatred, Zhou Tong said directly. Originally, he wanted to forcefully take over the tyrant body lineage and completely reverse the ideology of the tyrant body lineage. However, after he came to the tyrant body ancestral planet, he received the wholehearted guidance of the 3 tyrant bodies. The 3 of them even spent a lot of blood essence to help him perfect the tyrant body, ancestral body. Zhou Tong was not a heartless person, so he naturally wanted to accept the favor of the three tyrant bodies. Therefore, he did not forcefully reverse the ideology of the tyrant body lineage. Instead, he used the strategy of boiling the frog in warm water to change it bit by bit. Now that you're the leader of the tyrant body lineage, we have no objections if you want to change it, Xianming said. If you want to change it, we won't interfere with the future of the tyrant body lineage. However, if you don't have enough power to hold the fort, the glory of the tyrant body lineage may not be able to continue after we leave, and if you're not around in the future, Xianming said. I still want to see the emergence of a true great emperor in the tyrant body lineage. Before that, I don't want to enter the immortal realm. Song Lan also rejected Zhou Tong's suggestion. If it weren't for the sake of the entire tyrant body lineage, why would I seal myself off from the world? Kungu also sighed. I didn't expect that even though the quota to enter the immortal realm had been given out, no one was willing to accept it. Zhou Tong said with a smile. Those supremes of the Forbidden Lands were all greedy for the quota, but they all changed their minds over the years and became malignant tumors of the universe. Fine, since you don't want to enter the immortal realm, I'll find someone else. Zhou Tong shook his head and left the tyrant body ancestral cave in resignation. After leaving the tyrant body ancestral planet, Zhou Tong walked alone in the starry sky. The quota to enter the immortal realm. Even if it was given out for free, no one would want it, sigh. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. If these quotas were given out into the starry sky, I'm afraid even strangers would fight over them. But forget it. I'll keep the goodies within the family. Let's see if Zhou Qing and Zhou Yu want it. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and looked in the direction of Earth. He also saw his younger brother and sister. The two of them cultivated the extreme Yin Sutra and the extreme Yang Sutra, and they had already cultivated to the sixth heaven of the Great Emperor stage. This kind of cultivation speed was already considered pretty good. Zhou Tong came to Earth, found them, and told them about the road of immortalization. The two of them didn't have much resistance and directly agreed. However, Zhou Tong didn't object to Zhou Qing bringing his wife and children along. The quota to enter the road of immortalization was decided. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.